Test. Right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to pick back up with our fourth day of hearings in 220701. And we started this morning. I know we have a read-in to check in on, so let's start there, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. So reading G was asked by Mr. Sablonsky, and he had asked to identify whether the fee paid for the advanced CT membership was variable. And so Ms. Sabo, can you proceed to provide the read-in? Thank you.
So the table that was in question had annual amounts that were paid, and for all years except for 2018 and 19, it was reported as 30,000. We did go back and verify the payments that were reported for 2018 at 22,500 was accurate. In 2019, however, the reported payment or the reported cost on that worksheet was an expense. We did verify that what was actually paid was 30,000. The difference being 1 quarter's worth of the annual payment was, for accounting purposes, just coded to a different transaction general ledger account. So it was not picked up on that initial response. I would also like to add that Advanced CT, which was the vendor being discussed on that page, had changed its name. It was formerly known as the Connecticut Economic Resource Center, which is a statewide organization that encourages economic development and serves the areas that the company customers also reside in.
Okay, very good. I think that was the only outstanding read-in. Correct. Okay, very good. So we will move into our operational efficiencies and cost savings, non-revenue water and conservation panel. Attorney Pace, anything for this panel before we begin?
No, they've all been sworn. They've all adopted their pre-filed testimony and interrogatories. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so let's begin with cross-examination. So Ms. Schul, please.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria Schul, and I am water engineer with Pura. I would like to refer you to application exhibit A-4, RJU 1, page 7. Sure. Can you hear me better now? All right. Page 7, yes. Almost on the bottom of this page, the company is talking about water samples and analyzing them. In 2013, there was approximately 138,000 of those samples analyzed. And in 2021, it was approximately 176,000 of those water samples taken and analyzed. So what's the reason for this increase? Is this is this only regulations, that regulations increase and you're required to analyze more samples, or is it something else?
There's a combination of factors. Some is acquisition, so there are more systems that were added that require additional sampling that we didn't have to do before. There's additional regulations, requirements around PFAS sampling that hadn't been in place prior to that, additional copper and lead sampling that's been added as well as the expectation or the need to start establish our own interest in trying to establish where things are going in the future and to prepare ourselves regulatorily for those things coming forward, like the lead and copper and the PFAS as well. So we're doing some additional sampling on our own, in addition to the regulatory sampling, in order to develop our long-term plans to address these regulations.
Okay, so if I know you talk about how many systems you acquired, if you would remind me, between 2013 and 2021, do you know the number?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's on the order of 50 water systems.
All right, okay, that's good enough. Thank you. On page 8 of the same exhibit, table RJU.
I want to add one more comment to the last. The other thing that did happen with the additional samples is we've been improving our facilities that we've over time, and as we've added capabilities of systems like adding chlorine or other chemicals, what happens is the DPH ends up putting more regulatory requirements in place for us to collect more samples from those sites as we've improved them.
All right. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. So page 8, table RGU2. Regarding sludge disposal,
Yep.
I always thought that sludge is going to wastewater treatment facility. Would you tell me why the cost went up from 2017 from $970,000 approximately to almost $1.5 million in 2021?
Correct. Yep.
So-
So there are a couple of factors to that. We had historically been disposing our sludge at a Scott's facility. It's out in the eastern part of the state. The Scott's facility would no longer accept our sludge. They said they were at capacity and they couldn't accept anymore. They needed a couple of years in order to catch up with the processing of the material that they had at that point. So we went out to bid, received bids. Synagro was the low bidder. They have a facility out in that part of the state. It was close to double our disposal cost at that site. We did look at other alternatives. It cost as much as 8 times what our previous costs were. So we decided to go with Synagro. But there's an additional aspect of Synagro. At Scott's, we were able to bring the sludge in a wet form right from our, well, not truly a wet form, but off of our belt filter presses directly at like a 15% solids. With Synagro, they didn't accept the sludge in that form. They wanted a higher concentration. And on top of it, they had a permit requirement of coliform. They couldn't accept a sludge that had coliform in it. Coliform will come off the sludge, so you just need time for it to aerate. So we needed to process the sludge on our facility for a period of time before we could take it off site. So now we have to double truck. We truck the sludge from our belt filter presses to our facility at Trap Falls. We process it for about 2 months where we continue to turn it over. We have to take samples on that sludge. Once the coliform number is below what is acceptable to Synagro, then we can truck it to their site. So we're paying for some double trucking. And in addition to that, the trucking costs have gone up over that time as well.
Are there any water treatment facilities that the sludge is disposed to the sanitary sewer or no?
Yes, the only one that we do that with is at the Stanford treatment plant. And that cost has gone up dramatically as well. On the order of 10, off the top of my head, I'd say 10-12% increases almost every year that we've been receiving from the Stanford's wastewater treatment facility.
And what is the reason for this increase?
We don't have much. It's a municipal managed facility, so all they have to do is go through their internal process to raise rates, and they're able to basically look at what their costs are and revise their rates through a town process. So we don't have much input in that. What's happened now on top of that is to add to the conversation is they've kicked us out of there. They've told us we have to leave their process flow because our aluminum adds a lot of or our aluminum from our alum has a negative impact on their sludge, and the incinerators are exceeding their permits. So they're starting to put some limitations on them. So they've told us we have to remove ourselves from their process flow. So there's actually a capital project of building a centrifuge at the Stanford plant to start processing the sludge the same way we are at other plants to get that aluminum out of the sanitary sewer flow.
Okay, thank you. Regarding main breaks, in 2017, there was a cost associated with main breaks, approximately $2.4 million. But now in 2021 is almost $3.9 million. What is it? Is it because you do the cost increased, or also you have more breaks in your system?
I thought I had a response in one of the written responses where we got into the details of this a little bit. So I just wanted to make sure I referenced those. But there's a couple reasons for it. One is the number of main breaks. So we have that has an impact on our well. But in addition to that, has really been the cost, the contractor cost have gone up significantly over the last couple of years. They were relatively flat for a period of time, but we saw a significant increase in 2020 as well as 2021. And we're also seeing another increase in 2022 as well. So a good portion of it is related to contractor cost.
How do you approach contractor? For example, there is a main break, and do you have few contractors that you can choose from, or is just one designated to certain areas?
So what we have is we go out for public bid, we go out for a bid to contractors and they submit prices for an annual basis. And so we work with the contractors that have the lowest prices. We have multiple contractors that cover different parts of the state. And so we use the contractors with the lowest unit prices for that area of the state to respond to main breaks.
Okay, so then you have a contractor that is ready for you. Just for example, happens main breaks and you need immediately somebody to start working on it. You have already the contractor on the list, and then the contractor comes and fix the pipe. That's how it works?
Yes, well, they're on call. And so we call them, and then they have a period of time, a 2-hour response time to be on site. At times they will, if they, in January, February, where we have a lot of main breaks, they may say we don't have an available crew, and then we would go to the second bidder and ask them to respond to the main break. But in general, we go to the lowest bidder. So
what's would you explain why January, February are the months when most of the breaks happen?
So it's so back early in my career, there was a company that did a lot of research on it, and what they found is everybody with all his pipe materials, all kinds of things. It's really change in temperature. When the water temperature or the ground temperature changes pretty dramatically in a short period of time, and what we really see is the water. We have a bunch of pretty cold days, and then the weather warms up and the water temperature goes up noticeably. You'll see then the mains start to shift and expand and contract, and that's when we get main breaks. So they generally come around, if you can look at your calendar and you look at your weather, you generally see spikes of it before and after significant changes in temperature.
Thank you. Page 19, please.
Page 19?
Yes, 19. And there is a table, 2016-2021 leak data.
I'm sorry, what am I looking at?
At the table.
Yep, at the top of the page.
Yes.
Yep.
So we will be looking at the leaks per 100 miles. And for 2021, the leaks per 100 miles was 5. The highest from between 2016 to 2021. Would you explain why it's so high? Is it because you do more survey and that's why you find more leaks, or the system is simply weak and it shows in 2021?
I don't have any hard scientific evidence to explain the difference. Anecdotally, I think the way I would explain it is in 2020, you can see we did a lot of leak survey because there were a lot of people available. The people who would normally go into people's houses and doing that type of work, we put them on the leak detection in order to, and so you can see the leak survey miles went up dramatically. So I think we were able to really do a lot of leak detection, figured out the areas of concentration where we have a higher area of leak likelihood. And so then as those people started to come off and going back to their normal jobs, we were able to continue focusing on those areas that gave us the highest return on investment. In addition, I think there is some customer impact with the customers being home in 2020 and into 2021. I think they're more aware of their own system performance. So if they notice a little drop in pressure that they maybe wouldn't notice if they're only home for a couple hours a day, they notice a leak in maybe in their service line or near their service line that was affecting their pressure, and we got a higher level of response to that as well. So I think that's my anecdotal perception of what's happened. But I think over time what's happened is we've gotten back closer to these numbers as we've lost those benefits.
So are leaks detection also included from the service line that the customer owns?
No, well, we will find leaks on, this only counts company-owned leaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. On page 20, you talk about leak loggers.
Yep.
The company spent approximately $774,000 on installation of leak loggers. Is this correct?
That is correct.
All right. How many leak loggers you installed in the system? You mentioned on this page 20 that is 276 locations, but I assume it's more than 276 leak loggers, correct?
I'd have to check leak loggers. I think there is more than, for the money we spent, there is more than the 276. I think what they mean by locations, or what I meant by locations, is portions of the system or neighborhoods of the system that was served, but I can get an accurate number of how many leak loggers are in the distribution system.
Approximately how much one leak logger cost? Do you know?
It's anywhere, I think $1,000.
$1,000?
Yep.
Okay. What is the logger lifetime? How long they are?
We're estimating 10 years.
10 years?
Yep.
And can the leak logger be moved from one location to the other location?
The leak loggers that we purchased in this pilot are not easily movable. It requires them being kind of reset up and reprogrammed, and the data, the programming around it to be recalibrated. And that's probably a reason that the program did not expand beyond this. Was a technology that was new to the industry at the time, and some people had some success with it. We wanted to give it an attempt ourselves. Overall, it's had some success, but over time you feel like you're not getting the long-term benefit, and we would like the ability to move them. So we've been working with the contractor to make modifications of their system to allow us to move those leak loggers.
Okay, thank you. Now, as you mentioned, those leak loggers, they produce some data. Is this a large amount of data? And for example, for one day, how much the data is produced?
I don't know how
every minute, every 2 minutes?
Well, what they do is they turn on at night, when it's quietest, because you're trying to eliminate traffic as well as normal everyday use in the system. So they turn on at like 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's a sound listening. So it's a sound file that's saved and then uploaded, and then they correlate the sound files against if they sense what they're looking for is sounds in certain ranges that represent a leak. And if they get those, they see those sounds, then they start correlating, trying to identify where the leak is in proximity to multiple leak loggers, so they can narrow down the street or the couple houses to look at. So I don't know how to determine the amount of data, but it's sound files that are going up to the manufacturer.
How is uploaded? Does somebody have to go physically to the place and upload, or is wireless?
No, that's the beauty. That was the nice thing about these loggers when we implemented it. It doesn't require our day-to-day interaction at all. It's all done through cellular communications. So they automatically phone in and upload those data files. So it requires very little manual intervention to get the data, analyze the data, and get a result from the data.
And who is reviewing the data and how frequent?
So Mueller, the manufacturer, is they do look at the data as the reports come in, and then they'll notify us, hey, there's something you should look at here, and then we'll look at that. So I'd say they're looking at the data closely on the order of once a week, and then we probably get a report once a week, once every 2 weeks of something to look into.
So Aquarion employees do not have to be involved in reviewing the data.
Well, once it comes back, we'll get some data to look at and identify if it's something that we want to go out and send a crew for looking for. And what you do want, the reason it takes multiple days, you don't want it to be a sound that only happened one night. It's a sound that you want to say every night, that when it's listening, it's hearing the same sound for 4 or 5 nights in a row. So we think it's a persistent issue, a leak that should be looked at.
All right, thank you. On page 28, please. So the company states on this page that some people require a license. What is the license is for?
Well, in order to be so every water treatment plant, every water treatment facility, every distribution system in the state requires a licensed operator that has to sign off on taking ownership and responsibility for the system, as well as the reports that are submitted every month. So we have to have licensed operators that have the appropriate licenses for each of our systems and sign off as the licensed operator of that treatment plant.
Who is issuing the license? Is it Aquarion, or is the person required to go to a different place?
It's DPH that issues the licenses, and there's a testing process, and there's multiple levels of licenses. Like in a treatment plant, there's a T1, which is a small system, to a T4, which is a large surface water treatment plant.
How long usually it takes the person to get from level 1 to level 4?
If they proceed relatively quickly, they can do it in 4 to 5 years. Yep.
Okay, and the person, let's assume that the person has no license and has to obtain the license. Can somebody straight after high school go and try to get the license, or needs to have some kind of training?
Oh, no, there's a process to even apply to take the test. You have to demonstrate that you've got the appropriate level of education, which was at least a high school degree. They do give you some credit for college work as well, but then also actual experience operating the treatment plant. So in a case, I can't go in and get some licenses because I'm not physically operating the plants. The DPH, the people that manage that process, want you to be a person who's physically at the plant making the decisions in order to get the experience to then sit for the exam.
Thank you so much. The company stated that is billing monthly customers for the water use. Is this beneficial to company and customers? Is this only beneficial to Aquarion or only to customers? Would you please explain?
We transitioned from quarterly to monthly billing. We started with our largest users of water in the Southern Division, and gradually brought all of our Connecticut customers to a monthly basis. And that was primarily driven to support our demand management conservation, so that customers were more aware of their water usage and received a bill more frequently, so that they could change their behaviors to adjust their bill in a quicker time frame. In addition, they're able to identify leaks, both the customer and the company, so that we could notify the customer and remedy that leak in a quicker time frame. An example of that is, we were only reading meters approximately every 90 days. And if there was a leak over that period of time, that could result, if that leak was, after the meter, that customer would get a really large bill. And I know one of the first customer complaints that I received when I became responsible for customer service was that, there was a customer that was really upset that he got this huge bill and, we only went out every 90 days. So that kind of started the transition to monthly, and we believe that it's been really successful, not only with, the customer being able to adjust their water usage, we've been able to find leaks, and our leak adjustments have decreased pretty significantly over time as well.
Okay, now I have this kind of question. For example, somebody is using 10,000 gallons of water 1 month. Second month goes on vacation, is using 0. And the third month, when comes back, is using 5,000 gallons. So if the bill would be on the quarterly basis, it would be 15,000 gallons. So in my opinion, this person would pay less overall for 3 months of bill than is paying on the monthly basis. Am I correct on this or not? Because I think with 10,000 gallons, it would go from tier 1 to tier 2, etc., and it would be Aquarion would charge more. If I am incorrect, please correct me.
So in the current application, we are proposing a tiered rate structure, but all of our customers are already at a monthly billing cadence, so it wouldn't have any impact. And all the other charges, like the fixed meter charges, are all prorated so that the bill is reflecting the equivalent of 1/3 of what it had been under a quarterly scenario. But there hasn't been any customers that have continued to be on a quarterly basis from what we presented in this application.
All right, thank you. Response to interrogatory 364, please. The Pleasure Valley system has non-revenue water negative 10%. What is the company doing to correct this issue? That's in your response.
Yep. So I have my response there. So we have 70 plus water systems. We do review what the non-revenue water is on a monthly basis for each of the systems. There are some systems that have higher numbers and also these negatives. So in this case, when we did identify these issues, when we look into them, what we found, like in the one at the Cromwell system, there was a consumption meter that was kind of misallocated into our accounting, and once that was corrected, it made the change to a positive, or I guess a non-revenue of 11% rather than the non-revenue of a negative %. And the other one, the same thing in the Pleasure Valley system, is that with a production meter that was under registering, and once that was corrected. So we do try to identify these systems and then go and try to determine what the resolution is to those systems, the cause of these issues are, and then correct them. But just to give you another idea on the Pleasure Valley system right now has an 11.1% non-revenue water, which represents a loss of 1.35 gallons per minute. So it's on these small systems, it's very, very hard to identify a 1 gallon leak. You can look in your neighborhood with 100 homes, look up and down the streets and all the yards and say, where's 1 gallon leaking somewhere in this distribution system? The amount of time and energy it has to be applied to find that is pretty significant. We recognize the importance of it, but we kind of keep an eye on it. And if it becomes an issue or something that we want, then we may take periods of time where like, okay, we're going to go and do these 5 small systems right now because we have to address these small systems. But really our most significant benefit on non-revenue water is in our large systems. And that's where we concentrate a lot of our leak detection.
Okay, thank you. This leads us to non-revenue water. So would you please open Schedule G-6?
Okay, I don't know if I have that, Josh.
We have actually 2 columns, non-revenue water and unaccounted for water.
Correct.
Would you please describe the difference between non-revenue water and unaccounted for water?
Yep. So non-revenue water is the true difference of how much water is produced and how much goes through our customer's meter. So what you do is you take total production, subtract how much is, and that's from our production meter going into the system, and you subtract how much goes through the customer's meters and divide it by the production number. So it's the total amount of water that doesn't ultimately go through a customer meter. Unaccounted for water is water that can't be accounted for. So what you do is you take that non-revenue water and you discount it some. Like if you know you have leakage, like if you find a main break, you estimate what you think the main break with loss was. If we did flushing in the system, we can estimate how much we think flushing is and add that to the customer metered side. So what it does, it generally gives you a lower number because you're taking into account some things that you're aware of. But from a pure non-revenue calculation, it's how much goes through the customer's meter, the difference between that and what went through the production meter.
Are the non-revenue water and unaccounted for water percentages additive or
they're parallel?
They're parallel.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, like, let's just take the all systems table and the schedule that we're on with Ms. Jewell. So not G6, thank you. The non-revenue water in 2021 was 15.2%. Unaccounted for water was 11.8%. So you're saying they're in parallel. So 11.8% out of that 15.2% was unaccounted for?
Correct.
Okay, so.
And what that is we've come up with an estimate of how much flushing we did, how many millions of gallons of flushing we've done. Like an example, we had a main break in Stanford last week, and we can see in our production meters, we probably lost almost 3 million gallons in that one day on that one main break. So we would assess that into that unaccounted for water and take it out of that non-revenue calculation and come up with an unaccounted calculation.
Okay, so I don't imagine anyone on the panel is familiar with lost gas, lost and unaccounted for gas.
No.
Okay. Let me think how to ask this question. So out of the 15.2% of non-revenue water, is it correct then to think about the 11.8% being factors that are reasonably within the company's control? Like when you're talking about flushing the system or a water main break, those are things that are within the company's control.
The 11, I would say they're unknown. The difference between non-revenue water and unaccounted water is known losses, things we're aware of. But there are still things that we're not aware of that I would say that are still out of our control. Like there's fire hydrant use by the fire departments. There's all the landscapers and pavers that take water off of hydrants. That's water use as well. That's not really fully in our control. That's a normal use when you pave a highway. They generally take water. In addition to that, there's theft. There's some of that as well. So there's some things that are still unknown that I don't know if we're fully in control of as well.
I appreciate that. I should have been more precise in my use of the word control. Let me ask the question in a different way. Of the 15.2%, is it fair to say that the 11.8% has a factor attributed to it? You know the cause of it, whereas the differential between the 11.8 and the 15.2 is a portion that you know is lost, but you don't know why it was lost or where it was
I
lost.
think
I've got them
I think you have
reversed.
it back. So we are saying the 15.2% is our production meter minus our customer meters. That's purely how much leaves our plants and how much goes through a customer. That difference is 15.2%. The 11.8% is saying, hey, we know we flushed 100 million gallons of water last year, so we're going to subtract that 100 million gallons out. We know when we found this main break, it was going at 40 gallons a minute. We're going to estimate it was running for a couple weeks. That's an estimate that we put in. We discount down that 15.2%, and that's how we get the 11.8%. So it's stuff that we're aware of that we think we can put a value to or a number to get us down to the 11.8%.
Okay, thank you. So I had it exactly in the reverse. So the 15 is the theft and let me start. Is theft part of the 11.8% or part of the 15? Or
It will be part of the 11.8%.
okay. When you get to the
What?
It would actually be part of both. The theft is in the total population of the 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, it would be in both.
I'm
My
sorry.
mistake. Yep.
No,
Counting correctly.
Let me be precise in what I'm asking. Is it part of the bucket to which you are estimating, or is it part of the bucket that you can attribute a specific percentage to theft?
We don't attribute any percentage to theft.
Okay, so you don't have a sub breakdown. You don't have a further sub breakdown of the 11.8%.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Quick question. Is the national standard through NARUC still 15?
Yes, the national standard of non-revenue water around water system and it is, everybody agrees it's the most accurate method is to measure the non-revenue water because you can overestimate. You can say it was blowing, it 400 gallons a minute to 200 gallons a minute. So it's the most accurate representation and 15% is really the industry standard.
Thank you.
So now following this 2021% of total of non-revenue water, the difference between 15.2% and 11.8%, what this is accounted for?
That's what we were just referring to. That's the things that we think we can put a number to. So flushing, filling water mains when we're doing engineering projects. In addition to main breaks, when we identify a main break and find it, we'll put an estimate to how much water we think was lost during that main break.
All right. Okay. Thank you. How important is water meter calibration and testing in calculation of non-revenue water?
It's very important. I mean, it's the base of the data is on your production meters as well as your customer meters. So as we talked about last week, our customer meters are pulled every 12, now 14 years, and they're tested. And we have a very, very high accuracy on those meters, on the order of within 1% accuracy. So that we're very confident of that number. We also have a program of ourselves on the production side where we test all of our production meters, our larger production meters, generally above 10 gallons a minute meters, every single year. And then if we test them and they're out of a range, more than 2%, we will adjust them or replace them to get them back to within that 2%. And then smaller meters are just outright replaced, like a small meter on a small well system. We don't test those. We'll test them after we pull them, but we just replace them every 2 years to try to make sure those are accurate as well. So we take production meter accuracy very seriously. It's an important part of this because if that number is not accurate, you're not you're not gonna know how big your problem is or where to focus your energies for looking for your non-revenue water.
The 14 years interval for meter replacement or calibration is only for meter 5/8 inch up to 1 inch, correct?
Yes, and that, yeah, so that's a vast majority of our meters.
Mhm.
We do also have a large meter testing program as well, where we go out and test large meters, our large customer meters at the customer facilities as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, the company is participating in the WICA program. How the WICA program is helping in eliminating or lowering the non-revenue water?
So one of the factors that we incorporate into selecting mains to replace is main breaks, leaks, or age of the main. And by doing so, we can reduce that non-revenue water. Right now we're doing, and it was one of the late files, but the Meadowbrook system has a number of breaks that have occurred. So we're replacing a large portion of that system with all those breaks, with the understanding that if it broke a couple times in one area, it's going to break again, or it already has. And it's just leaking a little bit. So that's how we take that into account into the WICA program.
Thank you. Response to interrogatory 157, please. Actually, I just want to ask you, this is about the tracking of water. Why Aquarion had to track water in 2020 and 2021?
So there are, let me pull up the response, sorry.
Looking at that, the other thing, how many main breaks, maybe you provided this already, have you had because of call before you dig violations?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Do you have that? I'd be curious.
Okay, yep, we can
Do a read-in maybe.
Okay.
Read in H, Vice Chairman and Chairman, we can provide the number of breaks from call before you dig.
For what time period, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Last 3 years.
Last 3 calendar years, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So trucked water, yes?
Yes.
So, we don't like to truck water in. It's not really our preferred way of operating. But in cases where we have small systems that are dependent on small wells, and in some cases, these wells are very small, on the order of a gallon a minute, 2 gallons a minute, 5 gallons a minute, supplying an entire neighborhood. A couple things can result in the need for trucking in water. Some is customer water use. We've had some situations where people have pools or even irrigation systems where they put in new plantings and they irrigate to the point that our wells can't keep up. And so we have to truck water in for that. There's also the issue of our own leakage. And so when we do identify that it appears to be leakage, that's the issue. We go in and do leak detection, try to correct that as well. But in some cases, the wells just start to don't perform, lose performance over time, and lose capacity over time. And then you have drought years as well, where the water table falls, and you'll start losing production in the wells as well, in those wells as well during drought periods. So it's really we would prefer not to truck in water, but we only do it in a situation where either a customer issue, a leak issue, or a well issue is requiring us to do it. In the case of a customer issue, we will approach the customer that we're aware of and let them know that they're having a negative impact on the system. We'd like to change their behavior.
What is company doing to lower the tracking of water or eliminating it as possible?
There's a lot of work around that.
So it is something we evaluate annually as part of our margin of safety analysis. We look at the number of trucked vehicles full of water to each facility. We talk to the operators, get the data, and then we can look at that. So a good example of something that's been resolved would be the Marlboro/Birchwood system, where we were trucking water into Birchwood, and that was due to lack of available water. We purchased or acquired the Marlboro system and the Hillside system, and we've combined those 3 systems together, allowing us to fully service the be customers without trucking water. So we have a project that's coming up in Pleasant View in New Milford. And we're going to interconnect New Milford to Pleasant View because the wells are basically giving up. We'd have to put in new wells. We don't have property, so we're looking at that interconnection. So we're constantly looking at those situations. Sometimes they look like they're easier than they are. And sometimes they kind of just come upon all of a sudden. And the drought is Meadowbrook is definitely a drought-related issue where we were trucking water because of the drought. And then as well, the wells have kind of recovered at this point. But it's definitely, as Jeff said, the amount of water available in some of these wells is limited.
Thank you. And my next question is, that's response to interrogatory RRU 358 and EOE 52 attachment 1. EOE.
Oh, EO.
Yes, 52.
Yeah.
Attachment 1. This is about the irrigation restrictions and saving associated with this restriction.
Oh, okay.
So the company in 2020, the company saved 448 million gallons of water. And this was the lowest saving between 2017 and 2021. Does it mean that, what was the reason for the lowest saving? The program did not work or was something else?
Which year are you asking about? I'm sorry.
This was in 2020. When I look at through years 2017 to 2021, the 2020 was the lowest in.
Yeah, so 2020 was a drought year, So in that year is the year you'd see, your demands be the highest and have the least savings that we can attribute to the conservation. But I guess a good story of 2020 from my perspective is that we actually received less rainfall and it was a warmer summer and fewer rain days than it was in 2016. 2016, we had to go on a full drought, which required us to put emergency drought restrictions in place, no outdoor irrigation. And in 2020, where we had less rainfall and fewer rain days, we did not have to put those restrictions in place. And those restrictions have a negative impact on the customers. We had to stop the nurseries, the landscapers, power washers, car washes, all that type of business had to stop. It had an impact on the customers. We didn't have to do that in 2020. And when you look at the Greenwich water system, there was about 300 million gallons of water difference between the low point of 2016 and 2020. And it's very close to what we estimate the savings was in town of Greenwich. So we think that demonstrates the positive impact of the irrigation restrictions.
Okay, thank you. For water treatments, what are the factors that contribute to higher or lower doses of chemicals?
There are a number of impacts. So it basically comes down to water quality. And so when the water comes in, what material is in the water and how easy it is to remove it from the water. So it's hard to say specifically, but I think I gave the example a couple of days ago is 2016 was a drought year. So a lot of the land around the edges of the reservoirs was exposed in 2016. A lot of vegetative material started growing in that area in 2016, and it was flooded over 2017. All that vegetative material ended up dying and getting into the reservoir water body, dissolving in the water. And now that material was coming through our plant. So that requires you to add more chemicals to remove that additional vegetative material from the water. So there's a couple different things. So that type of stuff, like organics from the water, runoff from the watershed, like heavy rainstorms. Also, there's the period twice a year our reservoirs what we call turnover. The temperatures flip and the whole reservoir flips. And when it does that, a lot of dirty water from the bottom of the reservoir comes to the top of the reservoir. We have to treat that as well. So there's a lot of different components, but we have we have targets dosing targets that our operators are asked to stay within. If they go outside of them, we look into why they went outside of them. We also have a UV index that gives us an idea of what the water quality coming in and what it is leaving and what we're trying to target. So we have a very consistent approach on how we assess the water quality and what's an appropriate amount of chemicals to dose to treat the water.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bacalina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jim Bacalina, Pura staff. I have a few questions on deferred drought costs and TPR credit. OCC 150 provides a breakdown, summary page of the drought costs as appear, and I'm looking at WPC 3.18, of approximately $7 million in drought costs. And the company has provided documentation for $7 million in costs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go back to the decision, which is 130220 REO4, which was the drought docket. The company estimated $9.5 million in drought recovery costs. Does that sound correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So the $7 million reflected here were actual costs. Essentially, there were $2.5 million less than what the company had forecast in that docket.
I did the forecast, so yes.
Oh.
It's okay.
That's it. Well, in this case, it's good. Okay, thank you. Now, in decision 130220 REO2, which was the TPR docket, tangible property regulations, the company was to refund approximately $29 million over a 3-year period, and that's 2015 through 2017 through a 5.6% rate credit. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
And order number 5 in that decision stated Aquarion Water Company shall establish a regulatory liability equal to the amount to be credited to customers no later than 12/31/14. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
So the question I have, okay, let me go back to 130220 REO4. The authority granted the company's requests for recovery there of approximately $9.5 million, which ultimately turned into $7 million. And they stated the company could recover these using the remaining TPR credit of approximately $10 million. Do you recall that language?
Yes.
Okay. So with those things being established, how does the company arrive at the numbers that we see on WPC 3.18 of a drought cost of $7 million and the TPR credit of $8 million?
So we're looking at our response here to OCC 152, Part B, where I think this helps to kind of bridge the gap between the numbers and the timeline. At the time of the application or the request for the reopener, we had estimated that there would be $10 million, the TPR credit outstanding as of January 1, 2017. And then the actual balance that was outstanding for credits rendered through February of 2017 was the 8.005 million. So without going back and looking at the activity during that time frame from the time the estimate was rendered to the actual end of the accounting period, I'm not able to provide a further explanation other than I can say confidently that the 8 million was the balance that was remaining in our books at the time that we stopped providing the credit back to the customers.
I'd like to request a late file exhibit, which would be the account activity for the TPR credit from its inception through the derivation of the $8 million shown on WPC 3.18.
Okay, so that will be late file exhibit 36.
So taking a look, just going back to those decisions again, it appeared that the TPR credit would offset the drought costs, but is that not what happened here? I would think that if that was the case, we would have a net number here. Or am I characterizing that correctly?
Right. So what you're seeing here is the impact of the difference between estimates, which
Okay.
Are inherently not going to be accurate, and then the actual costs and then the actual balance for the TPR credit. So we have the combined balance of the two is a net liability of 952,000.
Okay. And that was, I know the balances are different due to the estimates, but the $8 million credit would have more than offset by $900,000, the 7
That's
million.
correct.
And the company's interpretation was that would be an asset, regulatory asset to offset a regulatory liability at
Correct.
the time of the rate case.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Any other authority staff questions? Then we will transition to DPETP. Attorney Marshall, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Marshall, Ashley Marshall, and I'm an attorney with DEEP. And I just have a few questions first for Mr. Lawrence, and then I'll have some other questions for Mr. Ulrich. And these are with respect to BETP 25 through BETP 30. My first question is with respect to BETP 25. There we asked the company to identify registrations prior to 2020 that exceeded the withdrawal limit prior to the implementation of a reporting requirement. One of the wells identified by the company was Oxford well number 2, in which there was an exceedance of the maximum withdrawal in January, March, April, and May of 2010, and then June, July, August, and September of 2011. Can the company, and this might be a late filed exhibit, can the company provide more specific dates down to the month, day, and year as to when the daily maximum withdrawal limit was exceeded for this well?
We can, but we will need a late file for that.
Chair, with your permission, a late file exhibit for that one.
Of course, Attorney Marshall. So the late file exhibit is a late file exhibit 37. So provide the specific dates to the month, day, and year during which the
The daily maximum withdrawal limit was exceeded for Oxford Well number 2.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And a similar question for BETP 27. Can the company provide through late file exhibit the specific dates of exceedance of the maximum withdrawal limit for the Stanford to New Canaan diversion and also the Ridgefield Knolls Wellfield diversion?
Yes, but can't do that today. So.
Okay, thank you.
So you'd like to add that to late file exhibit 37?
Sure, that's fine.
So the Stanford well diversion, and what was the second one? The Ridgefield?
Ridgefield Knolls Wellfield diversion.
Very good.
Thank you. My next question is with respect to BETP-28. The company listed 2 non-compliant registered diversions in that response, Newtown Well number 2 and Morehouse Brook diversion. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to know what corrective actions the company plans to take to bring these diversions into compliance. And could you identify any timeline that the company has with respect to bringing these into compliance?
Absolutely. So Newtown Well 2, there's 2 wells, Well 1 and Well 2. We think there's a naming convention issue relative to the registrations. One of the wells has a registered value of more than 1 million gallons, and one has a registered value of around 500,000 gallons. We think the numbers were switched at some point internally. So we're going to investigate that. We have been talking with Deep about that, Doug Hoskins. So we just got to figure that out because if the numbers are backwards, then there's no conflict, there's no exceedance. So we believe that is the case there. The Morehouse Brook diversion is stated in BETP 28. It's a diversion of the Morehouse Brook into Easton over to our Hemlocks Reservoir. That, for everybody's sake, is a stormwater diversion. It's basically a channel downstream of a large culvert and road with a wetlands upstream. So as the rain comes down, as the river and stream water moves, that is diverted. That has been diverted since at least the 1960s. When that time the diversion registration was put in, it was first put in as unknown. Again, I wasn't there for that. And you can read what we are. So our intention is to come into compliance. Right now, we do exceed what is on the books for that. We've been working again with Doug Hoskins. We put in a weir. It still exceeds. There are flashboards. We've taken and adjusted those. One of the challenges is the way it's constructed. It's constructed like a small dam, and we have to reconfigure it entirely. So we've got to figure out how to do that and then determine our next course of action, which would likely be to get a diversion permit because we will not be able to comply with the registration.
Thank you. And I understand the company's intention to bring them into compliance. What I'm asking is there a timeline or a deadline that the company has established with respect to when it plans to apply for a permit to bring them into compliance? Just wondering if there has been a schedule that has been established.
Yeah, so as we stated in BETP 28, our intention is to focus on this in finish focusing us on 23, determine how we're going to modify it, work with Deep, and then likely apply for a diversion permit. But we need to talk with the town as well at the same time and work through those issues. So.
And has the company identified when it plans to speak with the town about these issues?
We have not. We're still working through with Deep right now.
Okay, my next question is with respect to BETP-29. And there the company stated that it plans to surrender all permits associated with sources that have been abandoned or are scheduled to be abandoned. Is that accurate?
Yes, there's no reason for us to hold on to anything we don't need. So
Yep.
we'll abandon them or surrender them as we abandon the sources.
And is there a deadline or time period in which the company plans to surrender these permits?
I don't have that timeline in front of me. It coincides with the abandonment of the source itself, which takes a pretty significant amount of time to do in associated permits, reclassification of land. And then we can surrender it. If the well is not in use or in emergency mode, we can't, as you know, cannot surrender that. So we have an internal schedule, but I wouldn't say I have a timeline for each one at this moment.
Would the company be willing to provide that internal schedule per late file exhibit?
Yeah, absolutely.
So late file exhibit 38 is to provide the schedule for well abandonments. Is that accurate?
Yep, a schedule for the company's plans to surrender permits associated with sources that have been abandoned or are scheduled to be abandoned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And sort of along that same line of questioning, in ETP-24, the company identified some registrations that have been abandoned or are scheduled to be abandoned. Does the company similarly plan to surrender those registrations? And if so, could the company provide a schedule similar to the last question?
Yes, I would have to look at that. So we can provide a schedule. I believe we have one. I just don't know it offhand. So we can provide that under the same late file.
Okay. And Attorney Marshall, can you tell me which two interrogatories again? It was BETP 37 and which one?
BETP 29 and BETP 24.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. My next set of questions are for Mr. Ulrich. And I'll start with BETP 5. There, the company mentioned that it has received incentives under the state's Energy Efficiency Fund, administered by its providers, and the company identified LED lighting as one of the projects that happened. And I was wondering if the company has undergone any other projects that received energy efficiency incentives other than that LED lighting project.
I don't know them off the top. We do work with our providers, UI and Eversource. And as we implement projects, if they appear that they're going to qualify, we'll go through the application process. We have, I don't know off the top of my head, but there are other projects. Like an example I can think of is we converted our boilers at the Easton Treatment Plant from oil to natural gas. I know we received credits for that. I would say on the order of 10 to 15 projects probably have gotten some level of credits over the years.
Thank you. Will the company be able to provide a late filed exhibit regarding the cost savings and energy savings from those energy efficiency projects?
Yep, we could do that.
Thank you.
Do you have a specific time period in
I was
mind?
going to just ask that question.
How about within the last 2 years?
Yeah, so
Projects completed within the last 2 years?
Yes,
Okay.
From today's date or the last 2 calendar years?
the last 2 calendar years.
2021, is that what you're saying?
Excuse me.
I was just trying to clarify the calendar year so we don't.
So 2021 and 2022.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I just do want to add a little is we've always had a very high level of focus on energy efficiency. So when we have no, we've implemented a lot of projects without those things. So really, generally, the projects that we've done, especially in the last 2 years, they're usually very, very small pieces of a bigger project, and so maybe a couple $1,000s going towards a little higher efficiency pump or something like that. But they're generally very small pieces of our projects right now, because we have implemented so many energy efficiency projects over the years.
Attorney Marshall, would you accept a friendly amendment to provide an additional granularity in that response to indicate what dollar amount was attributable to funding received through like a state program? Do you have that amount, or do you just have the total cost per project?
So I'll just explain one of the challenges we're going to have. So a lot of these efficiency improvements are done with, save a pump station. It's a new pump station. So you have the old pump station and the related costs. So the savings may not all be associated with that one element. Could just because the entire facility is more efficient. So we'll do our very best to do that. We can identify, we don't have any at this time, that I recall, state funding like SRF type of funding, but we would have received potentially a utility credit is where we're going for that.
I apologize. I should have been more precise. I mean, I think of the energy efficiency programs run through the utilities as state programs since they're funded by ratepayers. Yeah. So thank you for the correction. I am asking.
No, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, very good. So if you'll accept that amendment, I would ask for the amount of funding that was received from.
What the credit was, we'll do our best. Again, trying to compare an apple and orange is no easy, but we'll try.
Understood.
Thank you. My next question is with respect to BETP 30. And there, the company noted that it has not conducted any impact studies to identify resources that are being negatively impacted by the company's water withdrawals. And I just want to make sure that's a fair characterization of the response there.
We're not aware of any. We have not done any studies on any.
Is the company aware that the Bisselbrook in Simsbury and the Cobblebrook in Kent are two water courses that are likely being impacted as a result of the company's registered source withdrawals?
I was not aware of that particular situation.
Okay. Would the company agree that one way to investigate the impact of the company's withdrawals would be to install and fund stream flow gauges?
So we already do fund stream flow gauges. I just signed that agreement yesterday for next year.
Okay, and where are those located?
I would have to get those to you. I don't know them offhand, but we can provide that to you.
Do you like that as a read-in or a late file?
We can do it as a read-in.
Okay. Right, so I believe that is read-in. What are we up to, Attorney Pace?
Sure, that's right, read-in I.
Okay. So the location of the stream flow gauges for calendar year 2023. Is that what you're looking for, Attorney Marshall?
Yes. Would the company be willing to investigate whether placement of gauges in the Bisselbrook, in Simsbury, and the Cobblebrook in Kent would be feasible placements for stream gauges?
So just clarify your question. There's no stream gauges on those brooks now.
Correct. Yeah.
So you want Aquarion, would be Aquarion willing to basically pay for the installation of and pay for the monitoring of the gauge?
Yes. And would the company be willing to investigate whether placement at those locations is actually feasible based on USGS regulations?
Yeah, we'd be willing to look into it. The costs are significant, annual costs, as you're aware. So. No, the gauges themselves operationally annual cost is $15,000 to $16,000 a year. something like that.
Okay,
Per
I just-
page? Sorry.
sorry, did he ask a question? I just want to make sure that was,
I was talking.
okay, on the record, okay.
Chair, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just making sure I caught the end of Mr. Lawrence. You said 15 to 16,000 per gauge.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Attorney Pace, sorry.
The only clarifying question I have is the attorney asked would be willing to investigate it. Sorry about that. And the witness stated that, yes, we would, but I just want to confirm, is Attorney Marshall looking for it?
Right now.
I just want to confirm in terms of what type of commitment Attorney Marshall is looking for. I think the witness made clear, though, that funding would have to be made available for that, but if funding were available, the company would be amenable to investigating it. Is that?
Yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you.
That's what I'm assuming. Okay, that's all I have. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Marshall. Attorney Wheel, does the Office of Consumer Counsel have any cross for this panel? Please approach.
We'll start with cross from Rich Sobolewski.
Good afternoon, Rich Sobolewski for the OCC. A few follow-ups. In regards to main breaks, my understanding is that what's requested for recovery in the application is the test year amount plus inflation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know in the application you provided there was multiple years of expenses for main breaks. Did you provide the activity with the number of main breaks per year anywhere in the application or in discovery?
We're just going to take a quick check. If we're unable to locate it here, I do believe that's a metric that we could provide as a read-in.
Okay, great, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
And for what years would you be looking for?
If you could do the last 5 years, if that's not too burdensome.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll mark that as read-in J, provide the last 5 calendar years of breaks. Is it the number of breaks, sir?
Yes, please.
Just as a point of clarification, we were just speaking about main break expense in the application. Number of main breaks, our main breaks fall under 2 categories depending on the nature of them. They could be expensed or they could be capitalized. So would you be looking for a read-in that provides both of those? Just the expense?
If you could do that, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, just a clarifying question on non-revenue water. Both percentages are in relation to the total production, is that correct?
You mean non-revenue water, unaccounted for water?
Yes.
Yeah, they're both related to total production, correct?
So basically, non-revenue water is, unaccounted for water is basically the non-revenue water reduced by a series of adjustments, and the way you do the calculation, it shows you the particular items that you're allowed to deduct, like you had mentioned for fire protection or main breaks or flushing.
And known, the ones that were known. Some fire departments may report how much of water use and some fire departments don't report, so.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Attorney Will.
Thank you. I feel like I've introduced myself a lot of times. We're very close now, but my name's Tom Wheel. I'm a staff attorney with the OCC. Following up just really quickly on that question, just to put a finer point on it, I think the reason Mr. Sobolewski was asking is, I believe you testified earlier, and it may have been a mistake, when the chairman was asking you in the example of 15.2% non-revenue water, 11.8% unaccounted for water. I believe you testified that 11.8% was 11.8% of the 15.2%. But that sounds, based on what you just testified to Mr. Sobolewski, it sounds like that's not correct.
11.8% is 11.8% of the 15.2. So there's a gap of 3.4%? Is that what?
Well, it sounds like it would be 11.8% of total production as compared to 15.2% of total production.
It's 11.8% of total production.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions going back to, there were some comments following up on the authority's water sampling questions. And I believe it was you, Mr. Ulrich. You were explaining that there was some additional sampling above and beyond what's required by regulations. And then I think you were clarifying that over time, when there are changes to a system, DPH increases regulations. I wasn't sure if those were two different statements. So I guess the way to ask the question is, I guess the first question is, are those additional testing requirements that DPH imposes when there's changes to a system, is that what you were referring to when you were talking about the additional sampling?
So there's two different examples there. One is so when we make a change to a system, historically, we've had a history of testing, and we've come into compliance. And now that we may only have a requirement to sample that system once a year. Once we make a change to that system, DPH rolls us back and says we have to go to a quarterly sampling for a number of years on a number of components to see if anything's changed as a result of that change before we'll be able to go back to annual sampling. So there's sampling that comes into effect by doing projects that requires additional sampling. The other one I was talking about is a case like PFAS. PFAS is a new contaminant that we're addressing. There's no regulatory requirement for us to do PFAS sampling, but in order to better predict what our exposure is, what the exposure of our customers are, we've gone out and done a lot of additional PFAS sampling in order to demonstrate, to show our customers that the water is safe and the areas where we do have to address it. But as of right now, there's no requirement to do PFAS sampling, and there's no requirement to report it to our customers.
Okay, thank you. There was some, I believe it may have been you again, Mr. Ulrich, some testimony about the sludge disposal. And I might get the names of the companies wrong. Sometimes hard to hear back there. Sounds like the company was working with a vendor named Scott's or something to that effect, switched to Aerogrow. Am I getting those names?
Scott's and Synagro.
Synagro.
If you go to Home Depot, you'll see our topsoil on their bags. You can reuse it on your front lawn.
Good. I was just curious. So I heard the testimony about the double trucking, and I understood that the requirement for that, because there's different standards for what Synagro accepts. I was just curious, going back to the testimony just prior to that about the bidding process, if that had been taken under consideration in the bidding process. In other words, would Synagro still have been the lowest option, even taking those trucking costs into account?
Yes, we did get multiple bids. The other bids weren't even close to Synagro. They still have been the low bidder.
Okay, thank you. Quick question about the main break costs. There was some testimony, I think it may have been in the very first panel, the capital panel, that I recall reading about soil conditions sometimes affecting main breaks, that if there's like loose soil conditions, it makes it more likely for main breaks to occur in a given area. I think that was related though to cost for preventative maintenance. So I was just curious, and I don't know whether it's possible to apples and orange compare the two, but is there a favorable cost comparison between doing preventative maintenance and the costs incurred to fix a break?
You just asked that last part of that question one more time, just so.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure it's possible to compare the two, but I'm just wondering if it's costs more to address a break, which I assume, because obviously the company is built into that cost is the urgency of fixing that break, and you have to have, as you testified earlier, there's different vendors who are kind of you have pre-established agreement with, and they kind of have to be ready to be dispatched out, as opposed to the planned act of preventative maintenance. But I'm just curious, in terms of comparing the costs, if it's possible to compare the cost of opening the ground to do whatever work needs to be done to prevent a break ahead of time versus addressing the break after it happens.
So I guess there's really no way to maintain a pipe. The pipe is in the ground, and the amount of work that would be involved to try to do any kind of coatings to it on the outside wouldn't be possible. Leak detection is a preventative maintenance feature to go out, because if we can identify those leaks when they're small and prior to becoming a bigger leak that has a bigger impact, that's one aspect of preventative maintenance is beneficial. The other one is valve maintenance. By operating valves and having the valves operate well in that area, and we can get a better shutdown, it reduces the time it takes to repair a break, and also limits the possibility of that break shutdown area having to get larger and impacting more customers. So there are some benefits, but it would be very hard to assess what the financial implications of those benefits are.
Okay. And one, it's not really fair to call it preventative maintenance, but another way to address the issue is to replace aging pipes, right? Okay. But that would be very difficult to do a cost comparison, because you'd have to kind of project the number of times a given pipe would have broken had you not replaced it over some period of time, right? Okay. Going to the testimony regarding monthly billing, switching to monthly from quarterly. I was just curious if the company has done any analysis or noticed any difference, any impact on arrearages after switching to monthly billing?
Prior to, the 2020 calendar year, we did have a pretty low number of aged AR. I don't have any scientific data to provide, but we do believe that the transition to monthly billing resulted in smaller bills to customers, which would allow them to pay them more readily than when they got a quarterly bill, which was higher.
Okay. Thank you. I think might be my, okay. We have a couple more questions. I was curious about the there was testimony about non-revenue water. I think it was, again, you, Mr. Ulrich, talking about that if there's a small water loss detected in a system, you gave the example of a neighborhood where there's I think you said a 1.35 gallon per minute loss or something to that effect in Pleasure Valley. Does that sound right? That it's there's a cost consideration for going and finding that versus not, and for that reason that most of the focus for addressing non-revenue water is on the larger systems. I was just curious if that's a judgment call subjectively, or if there's some sort of threshold that makes us like a loss sort of a write-off if the company looks at it, if there's any kind of numerical threshold for how small a loss has to be for it to not be addressed.
As an engineer, I prefer there was more of a hard calculation to it, but there is some subjectivity to it. In general, it comes down to the operation of the system. If the percentage is getting large enough that it's noticeable, we obviously can see in our charts, and we recognize that bigger numbers draw attention, and they draw our attention as well. Also operationally, if the person that operates that system they'll let us know, hey, I'm having trouble keeping up. It's a small well. That well's running 24 hours a day. I'm afraid of the impact. I need you guys to get out there and assess that and find that leak, because it's going to negatively impact the performance of my well. So those are probably the two driving forces to look in those areas.
Okay. My last couple of questions, and then Mr. Sobolewski has a follow-up, is about the trucking of water. I was just curious about the time frames. So you gave the example of if there's a performance or capacity issue with a well that necessitated trucking. I imagine that trucking would have to continue until the well's re-drilled or fracked, or the issue is resolved somehow to bring the performance back.
Well, yeah, there's a couple different ways that resolves itself. Well, one is the case of, like I talked about, we have had customers that put a lot of landscaping in, and they've really taxed the system. So we'll go talk to that customer and say, you've got to find another way to deal with this. You have to bring your own water in. It's not fair for us for the customers to incur the other customers to have this impact. So we'll work that out with the individual customers. There's also leak detection. We would go in and identify leaks to see if we can reduce the demands ourselves. And then over time, there is just a reduction in demand. If it starts to rain and people aren't irrigating as much or aren't using as much water around their house, you'll see the well recover, as well as the rain will impact the well as well. So there's a couple different cases, where with the truck water, but we can also create a need for truck water ourselves just to flush a system. In some cases, there isn't enough capacity in the system to flush a main. In some cases, we have to bring trucked water in to create enough volume of water for us to be able to flush the system. So,
right. I think what I'm trying to get at is I'm just trying to get a sense of the frequency or how long trucked water as sort of a scenario it has to be lasts for a given system. So are we talking about 3 days that water needs to be trucked in, or are we talking about a period of months?
We've had, in the case that Dan had spoken about before, our Birchwood system, that went on for years.
Okay.
That's no longer a case. We tied that into another system. We don't have that issue anymore. So we're looking for ways to correct those situations. In general, even when we do truck water in, it might only be once a week. It's just to kind of get it over the hump. We might ask for 1 truckload a week because it just kind of helps the system get a chance to recover. Some cases it might be twice a week, 3 times a week. It's generally not every day. If it starts to become every day on a regular basis, then there's other means that are taken to kind of try to address that issue.
Okay.
I would add one more thing.
Sure.
I think when you look at the small systems especially, we have a number of systems where homes are really far removed from the roadway with very long services. Historically, those meters were put in buildings, in their building, not at the street line. And so when we redid some of them, like for example, the Birchwood system, we put meter pits in, and we found that most of that leakage is actually on the customer side. And that's a challenge, right? So you can't see it, so it's non-revenue water, and you're not getting any benefit. And then all of a sudden, they're getting a bill as soon as that meter goes in. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have in some of these smaller systems, where that 2-3 gallons a minute, or we found one that was like 14 gallons a minute on the customer side, but yet it's not being measured. So those are things and challenges we're trying to work on.
Okay. Thank you. That was my last question, but Mr. Sobolewski has one more, I think.
Actually, a couple more. In regards to the whole trucking in water, is that something you do yourself, or do you use a vendor for?
We use vendors for that.
Okay, so it's not like there's someone at the company, you're moving water from one system to another.
No.
In regards to, I know it was mentioned earlier today, that sometimes it could be caused by someone filling a pool or whatnot. Do you have the ability to put in restrictions to say, hey, listen, 6,000 gallons today, to fill up your pool or more? That's not cool. We have restrictions. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yes, so in our small systems, actually, if you were to go through our water supply plan and our conservation plan, in our small systems, we can make that decision. And even on the irrigation side, we can tell them they can't do that if it impacts the system.
Okay, thanks. One other area, in regards to your discussions with Attorney Wheel regarding main rehab or main maintenance, has the company done any pipe relining? I know that's something that's starting to get more popular in the industry, and I'm just wondering if that's something Aquarion has started to do.
Yeah, so we have done some lining for different reasons. So we did some down in the Lordship area, down in Mystic. I think I forget the name of the area, but and that was because we had a higher pH. The coating on the inside of the ductile iron main was flaking, if you will. So we epoxy coated that. We did some cleaning and lining in Greenwich. What we find sometimes is when you bid out cleaning and lining, the vendor who does the cleaning and lining doesn't do any of the excavation work. So you have a support vendor, and by the time you're done, you're starting to get close to replacing the main. And the life of cleaning and lining is good, but it's not as long as a brand new main. So we try to make sure we balance those two different things. The bulk of our cleaning and lining has been mains in good condition that are generating really pH related issues, or in places where you can't do it. Like if someone put a pool on top of it, or some of that history that you got to get this water quality situation addressed quickly. So, because I don't know if you're familiar, but you got to put a temporary water main in, connect all the services, and then every 500 or 600 feet you're digging a hole. So then reestablish the services. And the challenge with that is, by the time that I'm gonna probably have to pave the road.
Okay.
So if I have to pave the road, then I want to put a new main in.
Okay. Thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you. Is the Attorney General present? All right. EOE, please. Do you have avocado socks on? Okay. Sorry.
Hello, Chris Parent, Office of Education, Outreach and Enforcement. Most of the questions that I had originally drafted actually got answered when it was asked by the Pure staff. So I do have a handful of questions. They're prominently tied to a combination of advertising and the deferred conservation costs. So my colleague is attempting to pull up some exhibits, so I will slowly ask the first few questions, which if we can cover without the exhibits up, that would be great. The first series of questions that I had actually tied to EOE 66. And yesterday, a lot of those questions were asked and answered, so I'm not going to regurgitate those. But one of the responses to EOE 68, I just wanted a clarification on. So it's my understanding that EOE 68 relates to advertising. I believe it's for external advertising expenses only. Am I correct in that interpretation?
And I just want to be clear in terms of use of the word advertising. I know that that's a very specific legal meaning, and so the witnesses can respond to that when they respond to the question, if it in fact involves advertising.
Okay.
So to that point, thanks for the lead in. I was actually going to say that the company, as we stated yesterday, does not engage in advertising. We don't go out actively looking for new customers. Our communication efforts are intended to educate and inform our customers. So just on that clarification, EOE 68, as you pointed out, is related to EOE 66 in that it's just providing a level of detail for the costs that are reported in EOE 66 as just one line item. Breakdown is provided here in EOE 68.
So is this specific to third-party expenses?
I'm not sure I understand the context of your question. I will say these are all third-party vendors
Okay.
that we incurred costs with
Sure.
For the benefit of communicating to customers.
Thank you. EOE 66, attachment 1, also includes, so it includes different cross-references to EOE 68. When I looked at the two exhibits, which should be coming up momentarily, I was able to agree the amounts between the two for certain years, but not all years. So 2016 to 2020, the amounts between the two exhibits don't specifically agree. Can you pull up the screen print? That's easier for this one. The screen print. Thank you. The picture. Following Attorney Pace's lead in how I portrayed this exhibit, the yellow highlights as it's about to pop up, I filled in just to show what did agree versus similar lines that I couldn't understand why they didn't agree. So, sorry, be patient. We will pull that up correctly. Perfect. So if you can see the first year and the last year, the amounts on the top screen agreed to the bottom screen, but all the middle years do not agree. And it does reference, so the bottom screen is EOE 66, the top screen is EOE 68. And all the years in the middle do not necessarily agree. I was wondering why that was.
I'm just going to look for another supporting schedule while we look into this. I'd like to actually take as an opportunity as either a read-in or a late file, because I have another supporting schedule in which the two schedules do agree. So I'm thinking that there may have just been a late adjustment that was not reflected in one of them.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take that as a late file, and it would be Exhibit 40. So to reconcile the data in EOE 66 with EOE 68 for calendar years 2016 to 2020, with a narrative, if you can provide a narrative explaining that, please.
Thank you. So back to EOE 66, which the chair had referred to as top section, bottom section at one point in time. The bottom section cross-references to OCC 151. When I looked at and I compared the two, it appears as though OCC 151 includes a number of other costs. Am I correct to understand that EOE 66 is for, I'll use the term communication, advertising, whatever the correct classification is that you would refer to. Whereas OCC 151 is for, I'll say, more broad deferred conservation costs. So any other conservation costs that might exist. That's correct. So OCC 151, I would say, is the more inclusive set. That's all the conservation related costs, whereas the other worksheet is a subset of those costs. Great. So if I'm interpreting it correctly, then EOE 66 shows approximately 1.58 million of conservation costs that were associated with the years if I add those rows across. OCC 151 has approximately $1 million more. Am I to interpret that correctly? That's correct. Okay. So if we go into OCC 151 and we look at like rows 37. So row 37 has University of Connecticut, 2 different years, about $75,000 each, total of about $150,000. How does this relate to conservation costs?
So early on, we were trying to develop materials for education of our customers. So we worked with the School of Agriculture, and they have a school of turf grass there, and they developed pamphlets that through this university that we just have on our website around irrigation and lawn growth and things like that, and what you can do to minimize your water use. Okay. So, okay. Row 52, it looks like there's a WaterSmart software that was in place for 2 years. Can you explain what that would be used for conservation? Yeah, so there's WaterSmart is a nationally known software that has the ability to give you a lot more information on your customers and a lot more communication capability with your customers. Yeah. So customers can go in and look at and get a lot more detail around their water use, how they compare to their customers, things like that. So it was a pilot for 2 years where we identified some high, I think it was on your 10,000 customers down in Greenwich area that we included in that pilot and gave them access to that and put their bills in that location so that they could get more information on their bills and see if we saw, and we worked with professors from, I'm trying to remember what university was, that were doing from Yale, and I think Harvard was involved as well. And they were analyzing the data to see if there was a noticeable impact by customers using that website and getting more information and educate them on their water use, and saw a recognizable decrease in demand. Okay. So when we go down to the bottom of the schedule, there's also a lot of individual rows that are identified as not assigned. Can you provide any detail with regards to these? Some of them seem like they are salary related. The reference is miscellaneous. It was hard to really understand what this entailed.
So part of this was, this has to do with summer interns that we hired to go around and kind of enforce the alternate day irrigation. And also we did, that was part of our adjustments in the summary in the beginning. There were certain employees that are current employees that we've removed their salaries from that.
Okay, so that was on the summary tab that you're referring to.
Correct. So that $34,000 that you're is referencing there, that adjustment is part of that salary. And if you go to the first tab, the summary tab, in the schedule, it does show those removals from the schedule.
Mr. Unger, can I ask you to turn
Sorry.
on? I think
I apologize.
Did you catch that? Okay.
Do you want me to?
We're okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
sorry.
So in docket 130816, that really was the docket that set the precedent to allow for the regulatory asset. There was a number of different measures identified. If I can appreciate that, about 1.5 million of this is advertising, communication, education, whatever the terminology is that you think is most appropriate to use. Do you guys have a better appreciation for how the remaining $1 million would be characterized? Do you have it broken out into other measures? Perhaps that would align to what was articulated in that first docket.
I'm just going to say Chairman and Attorney Parent, they're looking to see if they can provide the information, but to keep on schedule, if they're not able to find it timely, we have permission to submit that as a late file to respond to Attorney Parent's question.
Very good. Mr. Parent, can you restate the prompt? It's basically how do you characterize the remaining roughly 40%
of the cost? So in the original docket, they refer to them as measures, but if you used a different terminology, it could be the different categories of expenses. Moving on to my last bucket of two questions here. The company's response to EOE 52, as well as RRU 108. It identified variable cost metric savings, and that was the terminology that seemed to be consistently used, which was based on kind of the water reduction. My first question is, were there other cost savings other than variable cost savings? Put another way, any cost savings beyond just the reduction in chemicals or things of that nature that you had identified?
So I think we did talk about it earlier. We don't think all the savings are definable in true dollars. And the examples we have is the fact that by doing the water conservation program, we will reduce demands. We've seen that. As a result, there's going to be a need for fewer facilities in the future, if there's lower investment necessary in the future by the customers to meet those increasing demands. We've also seen, just in our own experience, a drop in customer complaints. In Greenwich, there used to be a lot of low pressure complaints that we used to get on a regular basis. By spreading out the demands to alternating days, all the people on the same street are watering at the same time. And basically, the people at the end of the street can't use the toilet. So they've had that benefit as well. In addition to that, for a long time, we have, because of those pressure complaints aren't coming anymore, we've eliminated some projects that otherwise would have been completed because they turned out not to be long-term pressure issues. There were issues related to the individual customer usage, and by spreading out usage, we don't have to do those projects as well. In addition to that, there's the VCM, which we talked about, the variable cost metric. There's the savings around chemicals and power, but there's a carbon footprint aspect as well. Those chemicals aren't being produced, they're not being delivered, they're not being used and exposed to the environment, as well as the trucking and delivery of those as well. So we think there are a lot of extra other benefits to the customers. And like I said before, I think 2020 versus 2016 is a good example. We didn't have to impose outdoor water restrictions, which has a very significant negative impact on the customers and the businesses in that area. And this year in 2022 is another example. 2022, Norwalk and Waterbury had to put into place restrictions, outdoor water restrictions. We put them in place in 2016 before they did. So they were after us. They were in better shape in 2016. They both imposed water restrictions this year, and we did not. So I think that's additional benefit. So I think we have right now already 2 years where we would have otherwise had to have a negative impact on our customers, imposing water restrictions that we didn't have to because of the benefits of the conservation.
So those seem like very much qualitative benefits, if I'm.
Those are qualitative, yes. I think, so a lot of the benefits, the capital over time is something that would be recognizable, but some of that won't be recognizable for 10 years. A project that would have otherwise been required, if we're able to get the reductions, doesn't become required and doesn't have to be, and the cost doesn't have to be incurred by the customers.
Okay, so I guess where I was going with the question was when I add up the amounts that are identified on your response to RRU 106 on the screen. I'm sorry, RRU 108, my apologies. It looks as though there was cost savings of about 1.5 million, yet there was deferred costs of north of 3 million. I guess the question is since the company's requesting the 3 million, can you help me to understand how the program is cost effective to align to the previous docket that was referenced? I think just dovetailing on what Mr. Ulrich just explained, it's really the cost savings for the avoidance of capital investment. So in the absence of this program, there'd be additional capital that would have been required to address customer needs, both from a supply standpoint, from a pressure standpoint, investment in the system, which then in turn would have resulted in additional rate base and additional revenue requirements associated with that. And that has not been quantified yet, though, right? We have not put a dollar figure to the cost avoidance on both present and future plant avoidance. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Attorney Alexander, any questions?
All set.
Okay, very good. We are going to take a 5-minute break. So we will return at 3:05.
I wouldn't turn my yeah. Still 0-0. I'm expecting us. I want this. They went to the back row like nice. Bad environment. That's a model, not the core problem. Whoever else. I'm just here for the bucks. Okay, I'm paying $40. It's $1. Oh, online. Oh, London. Yeah. I melted. I don't care. I don't care. You send me an email, you can expect a response back. Oh, that's part of what you said. That's great. Yeah.
You can sit Wait, are you up for the merger synergies? I still have to do cross and redirect. You can stay there. I mean,
On the schedule shows.
oh, okay.
Okay.
You can stay there if you want. But I have to ask questions.
Okay.
No, never.
No coffee, right?
Well. Your name is better than anything else, like everything.
Yes.
I think part of the problem is something like hot or something.
Want to put it on the.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I can't. I'm going on that statement.
What'd she do?
She slept with the guy that they threw out. She just got a mistake. That he admitted on the both yesterday.
What guy?
The guy that they threw out in West Haven, remember? Oh, he took the COVID money.
Tommaso.
Yeah, good memory. Yeah, that's exactly right. He's a government witness now to protect his body. He's thrown everybody. Not only a House Democratic person, but a Republican caucus staffer. Yeah. Yikes.
Oh, no.
Not good.
Oh. Okay, Attorney Pace, are we ready to resume?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Okay, we'll go back on the record in 220701. We have the cross from the bench for this panel and then redirect, and then we'll move into our next panel. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, any questions for this panel?
I'm all set.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to start with some questions that I have left over from the non-revenue water portion of the discussion. So I think I understood the company through its discovery responses to state that the calculated $420 is a company-wide average. Is that accurate?
You're referring to the variable cost metric of the cost to produce water?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a company-wide average.
Okay. Have you calculated, so do you take that production estimate and multiply it by the number of gallons that are that comprise the non-revenue water to come up with a cost of the non-revenue water?
Not regularly, but we can, yes. Yep.
Okay, I think, let me rephrase. My question is more like, is that, would that be an acceptable way to estimate the cost of non-revenue water?
It would give you, yeah, it would give you an estimate of what the cost of non-revenue water, correct.
Okay, so when you think about that cost of non-revenue water, would you also, is that cost taken into account when you think about the cost to operate each systems? Or is it just, it's already baked into the system because part of your production cost?
So I guess, yeah, I'll try to answer. I think I know where you're going to give my best to answer. So we operate the water systems. You know, what we've talked about is the fact that there is leakage. You know, there's an understanding that there's going to be some leakage in the system. Even a brand new pipe, when we install it and we test it, it has an allowable leakage component right from the day it's installed. So all pipe leaks, and there's an allowable understanding. There's an industry standard of 15%. And I really think when you look at how the industry standard got established, it's based on that cost benefit. So if you look at our total cost, I happen to do this, you know, in preparation. If you look at our total value of our non-revenue water at 15%, it's about $1.6 million of cost per year. We currently are spending almost $400,000 a year doing leak detection related activities. And I think we're confident saying, you know, there are very few systems that are even below 12 and 13% industry wide. It gets harder and harder to find those numbers to get that leakage. So we are assessing that of what is, you know, at what point are you spending more than you should? And are the customers really benefiting from spending that much more money to find leakage that only may have $100,000 impact on a yearly basis?
Okay, I missed what the 1.6 million number was for.
That's if you took our 15% and applied the $400 across, it'd be $1.6 million a year.
Okay, thank you. So some of your systems that aren't interconnected do have non-revenue water percentages above 15%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and some of those systems that have above 15% also had to purchase water or truck in water to meet the demand at some point.
Correct.
Has the company done an analysis to understand whether efforts to reduce the non-revenue water of those systems below 15% would have cost more or less than purchasing the water to meet their demand?
Not specifically. It's more generally of if we are trucking water multiple times a week, that bill adds up. And we recognize it's important to try to do what we can to eliminate that bill.
Thank you. So in the record currently, we know which systems were above 15%. And we also have a separate exhibit that shows which systems had to truck in water, correct?
I think so when you add everything together, correct.
Okay,
My recollection.
thank you. So I could take those two exhibits and do my do my own calculation of non-revenue water versus what the cost was to purchase water to meet those demands using the $420 production estimate, and I could see which was more or less expensive.
Trucked water versus,
Uh,
but trucked water isn't, we have trucked water in, for instance, they wouldn't necessarily always be related to leakage. Like I said, we truck water in order to flush a system. We truck water in order to put a new water main in service and flush it and so there are instances where we are trucking in water just because the system doesn't have the capacity to do what we need to operate it.
okay, thank you. Does the company assess, and if so, how does the company assess non-revenue water of a system before you acquire it? Is it a variable that factors into your decision-making as to whether to purchase the system? Does it factor into your capital projections, those kind of things?
So we do, it's one of the many things we look at as part of our acquisition process.
Okay, and I apologize, I should have asked one question first. When you look at non-revenue water, you have those values available for each system, but when you assess the company, you do a system-wide average. Is that accurate?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So, like for purposes of achievement of your goals or your metrics, when you look at non-revenue water or you're responding to an inquiry about the non-revenue water of Aquarion, Connecticut, are you giving me a system, like all system-wide average, or are you giving me?
Well, I think so we do report this every year in the Pure report, and I get to page 425. We report by system the non-revenue water every year for each one of our individual systems, as well as the unaccounted for water of every system. So we're reporting on that every year, internally and externally.
Right. Do you ever average all of those together, like all of your systems, to get one non-revenue water?
Well, that's the all systems.
The all system-wide.
Yep.
Okay. The all system-wide number, is that the one that is you? Asking my questions a little bit out of order here. Let me back up and ask. We had the lengthy discussion, and Ms. Texera, this may be for you. We had the lengthy discussion yesterday about employee goals and executive goals and such. Is non-revenue water factored into any of either the first layer, the buckets of the 70-30, the financial operational, or at the individual level?
Yes, non-revenue water is one of the
Thank
metrics.
you. And is it in the 70-30?
In the 30% of their operations.
And can you speak to whether that number is the all system-wide NRW number, or is it you're looking at system by system?
It's a consolidated all system
It's the
number.
consolidated. Thank you. Okay, so let me go back to my question about acquisitions. When you're considering acquiring a system, do you assess what that system's non-revenue water percentage would do to the consolidated number?
None in particular. So, not everybody tracks non-revenue water the way we do because they're not necessarily regulated. So sometimes we're trying to back into what non-revenue water is, taking historical numbers. And so that's a little bit of a challenge, as you can imagine, because you don't have accurate data to kind of understand what we're acquiring.
Okay, understood. So earlier today, there was a conversation about WICA and whether I understood the exchange to be about whether you design WICA like a WICA portfolio in a way that would minimize and non-revenue water moving forward. Did I understand that, or is that just a happy byproduct of?
So when we look at selecting projects through WICA, there's a number of scoring criteria. One of them is the reoccurrence of breaks. And when I think about breaks or water quality, I think about disruption to our customers more than anything else, right? The disruption of the system and that's not what we're looking for as from a reliability standpoint. So we take that scoring system that we use that has already been approved, and breaks is one of those. And if you replace a system that has had a number of breaks or a section of main with a number of breaks, it's more likely to break again. We actually have a program, which is in my testimony we use called VODA, which basically defines remaining useful life of mains. And we use that combined with paving coordination, combined with water quality data and a bunch of other things to really work towards which main should we be replacing. Normally it's quite obvious, like right now. And one of the reasons we're moving that direction is because at some point you're going to get to the point where hopefully you don't have as many breaks in front of you and you still need to make quality decisions.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with that system, but I'm familiar with similar systems in gas and electric. But do you ever do an ex post analysis looking at, so you selected a WICA project on certain criteria, including number of breaks. Do you ever do an ex post analysis following completion of the WICA project to see over a certain period of time whether any of those metrics you used to select it have improved?
So when you think about, well, the metrics again are main breaks, main age, water quality, coordination, and a few other things. So it's easier to see in some of our smaller systems quite cleanly because we can see the difference in non-revenue water. We can see the difference in water quality directly. We've done some projects quite a bit in Mystic where we had some water quality complaints related to discoloration and some other things. So we replaced a significant amount of water main, and we've seen those discoloration complaints come significantly down. So direct correlations like that are doable, and we do look at them because I'm trying to figure out if I need to do something else or did we accomplish what we intended to.
Okay, so you do, so yes, you do.
Yeah, we do them, just probably not as, they're more qualitative, looking at it, following through.
Okay. Is non-revenue water something that you can isolate on a more granular level than system wide, or that's the most granular you can get with the variable?
No, there is an ability to narrow it down to some degree. Like we have the systems, the individual systems themselves. A system like Greenwich, we look at it by itself because there's meters in and out of Greenwich. So we can look at the city of Greenwich and we report it that way in our peer report by system. Greenwich, it's its own system. So we do break it down to 50 or 60 different systems. So there's Darien is looked at separately, New Canaan's looked at separately. The main system is a little harder to do that with because we don't have the same kind of metering capability into and out of areas. There's large pressure zones, but we do have that in some parts of the system.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know what percentage of non-revenue water and or unaccounted for water is on the customer side versus the system?
I don't think we have a hard and fast number, but we, in the industry, we think there's a good amount of the leakage is on the, I don't want anecdotal, but a significant portion of leakage is on the customer side as well. When you count up the 200,000 service connections we have, and in general, a person, if they have water leaking in their front yard, a wet spot in their front yard, they realize it might cost them several $1,000s to repair. They may not bring it to our attention, so we think it's a significant part of non-revenue water.
Okay.
I just wanted to add one thing. So we were talking about the Birchwood system in Marlboro with the houses set back. There's actually more service pipe in that system than water main.
Okay.
So you think about it that way in terms of footage. Each house has 100 to 140 feet of water service. So if you have 93 houses, you can have a couple miles of service line. So you can see how that could really impact that number, just as an example.
Thank you. Are either of you or another witness aware as to whether AMI deployed at the customer premise would provide more insight into especially customer-facing non-revenue water.
So the only way that would really work in AMIs would be helpful is if the meters are all out at the street line, right? So you can capture all of that through into the home or the business.
All right. Okay. I think I can leave the topic of non-revenue water. Does the company know what percentage of operations are unmetered?
Can you clarify what that means, like percentage of operations?
Sure. So earlier today, there's a discussion about metered versus unmetered. Perhaps maybe it was at the premise level. Part of the reason I'm asking the question is because I didn't understand the discussion earlier when there was a reference to unmetered operations. So does anyone, it might have been Ms. Texer, I can't recall who gave the response.
Well, I can answer on the customer side.
Okay.
So we do have a few non-metered customers if remaining, and it's because the way they were built, the homes are really multifamily, and we actually have to do an appliance count. It's kind of an interesting scenario where the pipe is one pipe into the building, multiple units, and they're all off the same pipe inside. So it's a very interesting scenario.
Okay.
So that's unmetered because we can't meter it.
Oh, never can meter. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I can't tell who's using the water.
Okay.
So it's done on a fixture count basis.
Is that a small percentage or is there?
Yeah, it's very small. It's in Stratford.
Okay. Okay. So I'd like to talk about the conservation portfolio. So yes.
Mr. Morrissey just passed. We have 254 unmetered customers.
Thank you. Out of 200,000 roughly service connections. That's yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with respect to your conservation portfolio, I had a series of questions ahead of today, which I'm not sure are as relevant until we see the response to the late file exhibit that Mr. Parent requested regarding the measures that may be encompassed by the remaining 40% of your conservation budget. But the first question I had was going to be whether the conservation portfolio is equally accessible by all customers, or if there are only portions of the conservation portfolio that are accessible by certain customer classes.
Well, so in the case, we've implemented it in a number of towns now, and it's not selective as to which towns or what customers in those towns it applies to. It applies to all customers in that town, residential, commercial, and industrial, to comply with that schedule.
The conservation
schedule, the 2-day-a-week watering. That's what we're really encouraging. That's where the opportunity for savings is reducing people from watering 3 days a week down to 2 days a week is where the savings potential is.
Okay, so it's that is what makes up your remaining $1 million of your conservation portfolio is efforts focused on the 3 to 2.
Yeah, we'll do the details around it, but there's some support around implementing that. I think, and I just speak. It's not there's definitely an education component to this. People are not openly receptive to that. There are some people that are upset that we're not doing more. There are some people upset that we're even implementing it at all. So we're not really making friends in this process. And it's educating them to understand that, hey, your lawn really only needs water 2 days a week. It will survive on 2 days a week. The 3 days a week was something that was implemented by the irrigation contractors and the nurseries to protect the risk of them having to replace shrubs and things like that. But if you do it for the first month and a half, 2 months, they establish themselves, and then you set them on the 2 day a week schedule, they will adjust to that schedule. Their roots will go deeper and you don't have to water as much. And that's the thing. But there's an education component there because everybody has gotten very used to watering 3 days a week, and they don't understand why they can't water 3 days a week. So there's a big part of the conversation is not only the communications you see, but a lot of conversations. We also have an irrigation consultant that goes out and visits people and has that conversation with them, looks at the irrigation system to see if it's an efficient water system, and help them make adjustments to do what they can to modify their system, to again, educate them of, hey, there are choices you're making here that can make your system better at covering your area and protecting your investment.
Thank you. So as part of that program, there are no incentives in the way that like a demand response program might incentivize a customer?
No, there are currently no incentives whatsoever. It's purely education and customer interaction.
Okay, so that lay file exhibit that we're going to see in response to EOE's request will break down that $1 million into what's spent on the irrigation consultant versus the education materials versus whatever else is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, when the company, so it sounds like, and I apologize if I'm oversimplifying this, but it sounds like the company's conservation plan has two primary components. You have the portion spent on the value of water campaign and the irrigation or reduction in usage. Are those the two components of the conservation plan? Am I missing one?
We're also trying to be more analytical with water usage. So we are sending out high bill letters to customers who we see are using more than average use, to make them aware and for them to look at their bill and how they use water. So some of those costs are likely postage, and bill and letter print costs. So that it's another component of educating customers and making them more aware of how they're using water.
Thank you. Absent AMI, that information isn't timely. I mean, it's after the fact, correct? And it's not broken down by, you're not able to provide granular data in the terms of by day. You're looking at the usage for the previous month.
That's correct.
Does it compare to the neighbors? Like, is it a behavioral report in the way you might get with your electric bill?
No, it doesn't compare to the neighbors. It's just we know what the average is, and we're alerting them to that. Some of that information was the program that we just saw a couple of slides ago on that Water Smart, that program that would have provided those kind of analytics. And we piloted it and determined that the cost was so significant that we would rather pilot it ourselves, taking some of the best practices that we learned from that program and doing some of the education ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Does the company have an EM&V program, a plan associated with the program, evaluation, measurement, and verification? With any portion of the conservation program, is there an evaluation, measurement, and verification consultant or practice?
What we do have is we do assess every year what we think our estimate of savings is on a year-to-year basis compared to what the historical usage has been. So that's our assessment. That's where our assessment of where you've seen in the responses of what we assess is the water savings that we can attribute to the conservation program.
And that's completed by the company internally. There's no
Correct,
intent,
yep.
there's no independent third party that,
Not at this time.
okay. So can you talk to me a little bit more about how the company assesses the efficacy of the program offerings? So you're making those estimates about savings attributable to the program. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the methodology that goes into how you're attributing savings to the program versus just normal changes in usage. And then if there's any other component to what the company does to assess the efficacy of the programs overall.
Well, it's not easy, as you can surmise. There's individual customers have individual behaviors, so we have to do it at a very high level. And generally, what you've seen in those numbers, we kind of take an average for a couple of years prior to the program being implemented, and compare the overall usage to that multi-year average prior to the program being implemented. And what we feel comfortable is if we're consistently, and we have every year been below the 5-year average prior to imposing those restrictions in the 4 towns down southwest Fairfield County, that every year our water usage has been less than it was for the average of the 5 years leading into the program. So we think that's a very good indicator that the program has been successful, that we've changed people's behaviors and had that positive impact in reducing their water use.
Thank you. Is there anything else the company considers besides that 5-year average?
Well, we did have a study. So Amy Vickers, a nationally known water conservation consultant, she had come in and done a conservation plan for us, actually before 2016, that we were trying to make a determination of what to do. She's the guidance that we used in implementing the 2-day week. We did have her come in 2 days a week. I think it was after 2 years or 3 years, she came in a follow-up study, and she was able to identify, that and the timing of it and stuff. She attributed the vast majority of the savings to the water conservation program and the change in irrigation schedule.
Okay, thank you. Is that study or the update to the study in the record?
I don't think it's in the record at this point.
Can I request as a lay file, it should be 42, a provision for the company to provide a copy of, I guess I would be looking mostly for the update in which she attributes the savings to the program.
We can provide that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I should have started here, but can the company summarize its objectives of its conservation program, please?
The objectives, we do have a kind of a written statement on the water conservation program. We are, our catch line is we're, oh shoot, we are stewards of the environment. And I think, being part of stewards of the environment has a responsibility to protect our water resources, and we've taken that very seriously. And what the intent of the water irrigation program is to change people's behaviors, to reduce overall demand, reduce the strain on the environment, on the amount of water that has to be withdrawn in order to satisfy customers, as well as reduce the need for future infrastructure and those cost impacts to the customers as well.
Thank you. Let me start with the last one. So does that mean that the company has a feedback loop between your conservation plan and your water supply plan, meaning that you're counting on a certain level of savings from your conservation plan to tie into your water supply needs?
to a certain degree, right? I think customer behavior is very hard to predict. And so when we think about projecting 60 years from now, we like to look at it as if there's no conservation because you don't know what's going to happen. But what we are seeing, which is conservation in a different way, is the average day demand reduction, right? That's occurring that we don't have anything to do with. It's just related to appliances replacement. So we've taken that into account. We do look at irrigation savings, but when you look at it over a 60-year window, I think where population growth is going to be and not going to be is more impactful in our analysis than irrigation overall.
Thank you. So can I ask the same question, but with respect to your capital planning? And so I think I'm asking a slightly different question than the supply, but when you're looking at your infrastructure build out, do you take into account, so when we're talking about the average day, do you assume a certain percentage reduction in usage attributable to the conservation plan on an annual basis?
We do use that in certain cases. You still have your peak hours that you have to hit on, points you have to meet for pump stations and elements like that. But when we're designing storage facilities, we're looking at that as well and reducing. And a lot of times the conservation savings and its irrigation savings plus, I'll call it appliance savings, right? That long growth reduction over time washes out some of the growth. So that's a good thing. So you're not building as large of a facility or as large of a pump station. So.
Thank you. Is the company aware of programs that can be used to target the peak demand for water and the average daily demand? Like measure-based programs targeted at appliances, for example, like the equivalent on the electric side being like, here's a rebate to replace your refrigerator.
Oh,
yeah, sorry, I was trying to think.
Peak day really comes down to irrigation. The benefit around irrigation would be there are systems in the west and the south where they put money towards updating controllers, the weather-based controllers. People still have the controllers that are just wheels with a timer on them that turn on and off. The weather-based controllers take into account, hey, if there's 100% chance it's going to rain tomorrow, you're supposed to irrigate today. It won't irrigate today because it realizes there's a high likelihood of you getting rain tomorrow, so there's no reason to water today. So there's that kind of appliances out there. The heads, a lot of people don't want to spend. We've worked with our irrigation contractors quite a bit, and the irrigation industry is supportive of conservation because they realize that's the way the world's moving is towards conservation. They realize they have to implement. But when they walk up to a customer and say it's going to cost you $700 to replace all your heads to get the water efficient heads, they have a lot of customers that say, well, I'll call you next year and we'll talk about it next year. So there are definitely those types of opportunities out there. We haven't proposed them at this point because they're not generally cheap. Like the controller is probably on the order of $400, $500, $700 to do a controller. Same thing. The toilets, they have a benefit, but that's an everyday benefit. The irrigation is where the peak potential is.
Thank you. Is there an enforcement mechanism associated with your irrigation?
I'm surprised you haven't heard about it.
Is it the word of mouth? Is that?
No, we have part of our costs are we pay people to go out in the summertime, our own staff as well as summer staff, and they go out at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning and identify customers that are irrigating outside the schedule, and we contact them. They're not always happy about us contacting them. And their neighbors aren't always happy when they're watering quite a bit. So there's a lot of communication, a lot of angst around that part of the program.
Thank you. Does the company preview its conservation plan with DPH, any of the local communities?
So what we do, this all started in 2016 with the drought. I think we've been very open in our conversations. Before we even implemented this, we had a day session down in Stanford where Pura, DPH were all at the session where we talked about rolling out this program, and we got support from everybody in the room. All the towns were represented there as well. the regulators and stuff before we even implement that this was the best way to go forward. We continue, when we've had droughts in the past, we have weekly phone calls that all, Pure I know has been participating in those phone calls, deep as well as DPH, so we keep them advised. And then as we notify everybody that we're rolling it out to a program. So like in the case of this year, we rolled it out in Mystic. We went and met with the town ahead of time. We published information locally, went to the town council, met with the town officials to let them know this was coming. So when their customers started asking about it, they can answer those questions. So we do have a rollout program. That's why we're rolling it out over multiple years, because we realize there's a customer interface that has to take place to start that process and get them to be receptive to it. And the town officials are really, we need them to be supportive of the program as well for it to be successful.
I appreciate that. So if I'm thinking about the corollary on the electric side to having, a 3-year plan or an annual check-in, if you will, is there any corollary to your conservation plan? Meaning, is there a cycle of the program, metrics against which you're evaluated? Is there a check-in like annually on the performance of the plan, modifications to the plan, anything like what you?
Yeah, can I jump in here, Madam Chairman, if you don't mind? I just want to do a follow-up, but in the interagency drought group, right? I mean, doesn't that function to do a lot of things the chairman's asking about?
Yes, yeah, the interagency drought group that has a lot of that, those conversations as well. Yeah, correct. But internally, we evaluate the program on an annual basis where we're going, and we've laid out what towns we want to roll it out, all of our towns that we're going to roll it out to, and what's the schedule for rolling it out as well. But I'll be honest with you, we're going to get diminishing returns over time. The towns that we've hit first are our high irrigation towns, and there's also so the towns that we're going to now are lower and lower irrigation towns. So the potential is less there, but we want to have a conservation message across all of our customers. And there is a conservation committee that meets on a monthly basis to review where we are with communications, how are we doing with the interaction with the customers, how many violations that we've had, how many second violations have we had, how many third violations have we had, that type of conversation.
Thank you. Has there been a potential study done? In other types of sectors, there are potential studies done assessing the amount of.
Well, the Amy Vickers study done prior to 2016 gave an estimate of what the potential was across all of our systems.
Okay. Do you assess on an annual basis? So you just alluded to diminishing returns, which is obviously a problem in the electric and gas sector. As you eat up the low hanging fruit, if you will, cost more for deeper retrofits.
But we won't do as much in those towns. We won't spend as much effort in those towns because we realize the potential's not there either. So,
have you adjusted your forward-looking budget to realize the diminishing returns?
No, I mean, we essentially what we're doing is I think we've kept the budget flat with the increase in inflation, with the recognition that most of we're not going to be putting a lot more effort into other towns. We're going to maintain the effort that we have had in where we think the high potential towns are.
Thank you. Does the company view its tiered rate design proposal as a component of the conservation program moving forward?
I would say yes. I think it, when you get to the fourth tier, for those who are using it for discretionary use, I think it could influence behavior.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm not sure whether to ask the questions on this today or when we get to the rate design panel. But let me try a few questions here. So if the tiered rate design proposal is being viewed as a component of the conservation program, my question is whether there are any metrics put by the company around expectations of that fourth tier in particular yielding specific savings, water savings.
So we have contemplated in the rate design a decrease in consumption as a result of that pricing tier.
Thank you. And is that in the record? I apologize.
I believe so.
Okay.
I can confirm.
I'll
that.
take your word. I'll look for it. Thank you. Okay. So we talked yesterday about a number of associations that the company belongs to. Do any of those associations have efforts around conservation? And by that, I mean, do they have conferences or educational opportunities that discuss conservation best practices? Do they provide educational materials, those kind of things?
Definitely American Waterworks would have those. And, if you go to the national conference, there's entire groups of sessions, multi-day sessions that are just around these topics.
Thank you. And then in response to a question from Mr. Parent, you commented that you retained Yukon to the tune of $75,000 to create educational materials for conservation. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. What is the difference between the companies? I apologize. I'm not understanding the difference between the value of water campaign and the other conservation offerings. Can you just elaborate, like the objectives wise, like what is the difference? Because I think I read you to identify them as separate functions in your conservation program.
I think the value of water was actually even implemented a little bit, before us getting started. It was really a recognition of how important water is, and it's important to save it. The value of water is more of a general discussion around the resource is used for a lot of other things, for fire protection, as well as health and safety, and waste disposal around your house, and flushing your toilets, things like that. To recognize that the water has that has a lot of intrinsic value to water beyond what people normally think of it on a day-to-day basis. Just a recognition at that level of the value of water. The conservation messaging and getting them prepped for understanding of that, then we think makes them more receptive to the understanding of the conservation messaging, which is around, like we had talked about, going to 2-day, changing behavior of going to 2-day-a-week irrigation as opposed to 3-day restriction. There are some people who feel they need to water 7 days a week, and when you talk to them, they will argue that they cannot turn off their sprinkler 1 day a week. So that's the next step of conservation message. So I think there's 2 steps to it. The value of water is, hey, the water is a limited resource that provides a lot of benefits to society and all of our customers across the board. And then the second part of it is specific conservation around changing behavior to reduce the use of that water.
Thank you. So back to the goals setting, Ms. Texer, a similar question to what I asked you on non-revenue water. Is the achievement of any specific conservation goal part of the 70 or 30 bucket?
There are no specific goals in regarding, water conservation.
Okay, thank you. So for each of the calendar years, I think this was EOE 68. Give me a second to get there. Okay, no, I apologize. EOE 66 attachment 1, which in part detailed the deferred conservation costs related to communications between the calendar years of 2015 and 2021. My question is whether there were KPIs or other metrics associated with the communications campaigns in each of those calendar years.
I'm not aware of any KPIs specific to those calendar years. We started measuring communications across our channels in 2020. We just did not have the expertise in the organization prior to that time, but we are measuring the communications that we have with customers.
Thank you. And I understood from a different response that the contracts that you had with these third-party vendors also had no compensation that was withheld based on achievement or lack thereof of any certain KPIs.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. So put another way, the payments to the third-party vendors that are reflected in EOE 66 attachment 1 were made regardless of the performance of those vendors. Let me rephrase. Regardless of whether the communications campaigns were effective, those payments were made to the vendors because you had no KPIs or other metrics by which to evaluate whether those campaigns were in fact effective.
I'm not aware of any performance metric requirements as part of the payment to these vendors. I believe the way that the payment structure was made is that we asked them to provide a service. They gave us, a quote for that, and the company paid them after the delivery of that service.
Okay, thank you. So the payment to the different vendors and the mix of vendors that were used between 2015 and 2021 varied, but the overall expense year to year, especially when you got to, 2017 onwards, it was all in excess of $500,000. So how did the company decide which of those vendors to whom to devote more or less resources if you were not assessing the performance of them? Was it based on estimates at any given year?
I believe at that time our management within those groups determined that the best way to reach the largest audience was through media such as television and billboards, because we were really ramping up the conservation programs in the towns where they had the highest usage of water in our southern division. So they focused the communications on those broader channels.
All right, thank you. Okay, I believe those are all my questions for the panel on this topic. Thank you very much. Attorney Pace, would you like a moment to consider redirect?
I would, please. Can I have 5 minutes just to meet outside in the hallway with my clients?
Of course, we will recess. We will reconvene at 4 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I feel like coming back after and saying, what are you doing right now?
And Chairman and Vice Chairman, I apologize for keeping you both waiting. I appreciate the indulgence for a few extra minutes. Thank you for that.
No problem. Did you want to proceed into redirect?
Yes, Chairman.
Very good.
Let's start first with Ms. Texera. Do you recall you received a question earlier today that asked whether or not there is a specific metric that relates to conservation for the purpose of evaluating the company's performance, including awarding incentive compensation? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
Yes, I do.
And do you have anything further to add on whether or not conservation is looked at in the overall metrics that the company evaluates?
While we don't have a specific metric outlined in the incentive plan, I believe there is a direct correlation to the service quality and product quality metric in the plan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Texera. I'm next going to move to Mr. Ulrich. Mr. Ulrich, do you recall a line of inquiry earlier today in the cross-examination that asked, for the purpose of implementing the conservation plan, does the company utilize any KPIs or key performance indicators in selecting which vendors to use and to continue to use?
Yes, I do remember that questioning.
Okay, could you explain a little bit more detail about the company's approach in terms of, is it the company's plan or the vendor's plan? And also, how does the company evaluate vendor performance?
Okay, yeah, what I would like to say is, we were the ones who developed the plan. In developing the plan, we developed what we thought the communication program should be. We then hired the contractors to provide those services required to roll out that communications program. They provided the required documents that we requested. And then, and we think the program was successful based on the discussions we had earlier today.
And so, for example, if one of the vendors that the company selects, is a printer who provides the service of actually printing communication materials, you're not assessing a KPI to determine whether or not the printing was effective because it's the company's program, correct?
Correct.
So are the vendors more of individuals that the company selects to implement the company's own conservation program?
Correct.
And are the metrics you utilize to determine the efficacy of the company's program some of the factors you identified previously?
Yes, they are. Those are the factors we look at.
Can you very just concisely restate what some of those key factors are the company looks at to evaluate the efficacy of its conservation program?
We look at the reduction in water usage in an area prior to implementing the conservation restrictions as opposed to after.
Okay, following up in the context of the discussion about the company's conservation program, you received questions about which particular segments of your customer base actually receive the information. Can you provide some more details? Is it a subset of your customer base, or do all customers receive some of this messaging?
So when we roll out the conservation messaging to a town, all customers in those towns receive it. But we always have general conservation messaging that goes out in our bills and our bill inserts on a monthly basis year round.
Okay. And do you recall additional questions earlier today that talked about the value of water, education and communications to customers, and also additional communications regarding conservation? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
I do.
And can you explain why the value of water education and outreach is intertwined with the outreach and education on conservation?
Yeah. So as I probably didn't do as well as I'd hoped before, we think the value of water is part of the conservation program. We think it gets the customers to appreciate the water, and then also start the development of the process of them wanting to conserve that water. So we think they are related and they are part of the same conservation program.
Okay. Sticking with the concept of some of the vendors that are utilized to help the company execute its conservation program, do you recall you received a question about the benefits the company receives from its involvement in the AWA? Do you recall that? Do you recall a further question that inquired, in light of those benefits, why is the company then also utilizing Yukon to assist in implementing Aquarion's water conservation program? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
I do.
Can you explain why the company selected Yukon to provide the services it did?
Yes, so when we were implementing our program, we did reach out at the western part of the country as well as the southern part of the country have the most experience with this. We actually had a person come up from Texas and give a presentation on their program. But a lot of materials in the communication are directed towards customers in those parts of the country. There aren't a lot of documents that have been developed for this part of the country. And we thought in order for it to be successful in this part of the program, in this part of the country, we needed to have something on it that showed that it was being developed by people that experts in this part of the country. And that's why we chose to work with UConn to develop those communications. So it was clear that we weren't asking our Connecticut customers to do something that people in Texas do. We were asking them to do something that people in Connecticut, experts in Connecticut, recommended them doing.
Okay, my final line of inquiry on redirect examination is, do you recall earlier today you received a number of questions that went to, should the company be looking at evaluating its overall level of non-revenue water on a system level versus on a system-specific level? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
I do.
And can you explain from your perspective, as an engineer and as a water professional, why it's reasonable and appropriate to look at the efficacy of that program on a system-wide basis as opposed to a per-system basis?
So, just going to the conversation where we were talking about the value, the cost of the water and applying that in a cost-benefit ratio. So a 10 gallon a minute leakage, something that was leaking 10 gallons a minute, would have a cost to the company of about $2,000 a year. We have 71 systems right now, looking through our numbers, 52 of them do not have leakage anywhere close to 10 gallons a minute. So the cost of the water loss in those systems is substantially below $2,000 a year. So that is a part of our assessment into what is the cost benefit of finding leaks in some of these systems.
And so do you think that cost benefit, as you said, is an important driver the company should keep in mind in deciding whether or not it's worthwhile to invest in, for example, a high NRW metric for a comparatively small system?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further for redirect examination.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Pace. So we have concluded that panel, and we will turn next to our panel on merger synergies, on which I think we have a new witness.
We do, Chairman. We have Mr. Horton as a new witness for our panel.
Very good. I don't recall any pre-filed materials from witness Horton, but I do need to swear him in. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Chairman. He did co-sponsor a few interrogatory responses, and with your permission, after he takes the oath, we'll just have him adopt those.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Horton, if I can administer the oath, please. You can raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Horton, could you please identify your full name and title for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Douglas Horton. I'm the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements for Eversource.
And Mr. Horton, in connection with this docket, did you co-sponsor any interrogatories?
I did.
And do you have any corrections at this time?
No, I don't.
And do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Thank you.
Very good. Anything further for this panel before we begin cross?
Nothing further, Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Vocalina, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Jim Vocalina for Pura staff. I'll be referencing RRU 185, the first part of my cross-examination. But also, if you could turn to RRU 339. So turning to, if everyone has RRU 339, I'll begin. All set? Okay. And this shows annual medical, group medical and dental from 2017 through rate year one, the company's request. So in 2017, it'd be fair to call those pre-merger costs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and they're about $4.9 million. I'm on RRU 339, okay. Year 2020, the first year the company became fully insured, costs show as $5,571,000. And then if you move to rate year one in the company's request, those costs for group medical and dental are $6.751 million. Do you agree with those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And the company claims a savings of $1.571 million going back to, as a result of the merger, going back to RRU 185. So can you please explain the savings, the claim savings of $1.571 million when the costs have increased from pre-merger of $4.9 million in 2017 to a proposed rate year one number of $6.7 million?
Yes. So in 2019.
Ms. Texera, is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I'll speak up.
Oh,
It is on.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you.
In 2019, as we do on a normal basis, the company had been looking to move from a self-insured medical plan to a fully insured medical plan. And we spoke with our medical insurance provider, which is Cigna, and they have been our service provider for many years. And they were able to transition our plan from self-insured to fully insured. And at that time, you can see that there was a significant reduction in expense from 19 to 20. So if that didn't happen, we would have continued to have much significantly higher increases in healthcare costs if we didn't reduce those costs in that year. So while healthcare costs continue to increase as we all experience, that really lowered the base effective 1/1/2020. And the reason for that, I believe, again, as I mentioned, we had historically tried to transition the plan to fully insured to eliminate the volatility in the claims experience, because when you're self-insured, the company pays the claims as they're incurred. We purchase stop loss insurance for catastrophic claims, but there's still significant fluctuations in that cost. And we believe that this was the year that Cigna was able to allow us to transition to a fully insured plan at a cost savings for us. And we believe that is due to the opportunity for Cigna to potentially have access to Eversource's book of business in the future, since we have never been able to make the numbers work where we would be able to transition to that to a fully insured plan.
I'm sorry, you said Cigna would have access to the Eversource?
Potentially, from
Okay.
a strategy, from a strategic perspective, we are a company that we've been their customer for many years. We've been purchased by a very large organization, so there's that opportunity to potentially get that book of business in the future.
Has Eversource moved to Cigna?
They have not, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Can I just add one other item in terms of that discussion? When we look at the cost that you stated for rate year one, we mentioned the 6.7 million in comparison to the 5.5 million. Those would be the total cost. So it's dependent upon both the cost per employee as well as the number of participants. And so in rate year one, what we've reflected there is, full staffing of the company. So the open positions that were reflected in C Schedule 3.2 are presented here. So I think from a cost comparison, it's really, if you were to look at the average cost per employee on row 14 and compare that to the average cost per employee on row 25, I think that provides a better comparison as opposed to just the total dollars.
Correct. And going back to, again, to pre-merger, that number would be $22,000 compared to $24,000 in 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. And $27,000 in rate year one.
Correct.
Okay. So to this point, okay, covered that. And dental is still self-insured. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did that coverage not go to a fully insured?
The recommendation was to keep it self-insured. That is much more predictable because it's capped. The costs are capped. And we've been able to keep that expense relatively flat over the last several years.
Okay. So I see participation rates decreasing as we've gone from the self-insured plan to, I'm on 339 still, to rate year one. Okay, so for medical, you went, it was 92 during the pre-merger period, and in rate year one, you're estimating an 85%. What do you attribute that to?
Perhaps, having a spouse that, has alternative coverage where they elect, coverage elsewhere.
And would that be the same for the 97 from dental to in 2017 to 85 in rate year one?
Yes, the same would apply.
Would you say that the coverage is the same 2017 self-insured plan compared to a fully insured plan in 2020?
Yes, the coverage is very similar.
Okay. So at this point, RRU 185, and I'm looking at page, it's attachment 2. This really is a, I believe what the company has used to support the 1571 or $1.571 million savings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me what this is?
This is the analysis that our consultant provided to us when we were evaluating the options for our medical in 2019.
Okay. And if I look at the top, I see SBA solicited a fully insured proposal from Cigna on Aquarion's behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
This was not, Eversource was not involved in this.
Eversource was not involved, no.
Okay.
Although we do have the same benefit consultant.
Okay. Is that why you, next question, maybe answered my question here. You changed benefit advisors from Mercer to SBA Strategic Benefit Advisors. Is that due to?
We met with Brown and, well, they're Brown and Brown now, SBA, they changed their name. And we determined that it would be in the company's best interest to align consultants so that if there are opportunities for synergies, we would have the benefit of, this having the same benefit consultant.
Okay. So what were the company's previous efforts in shopping for fully covered insurance with Mercer?
We would evaluate from time to time the transition, not only for different vendors, but providing them with our census and our experience to transition the plan to fully insured. And a lot of that has to do with perhaps claim experience, having an older population and retirees. And when the proposals have come back, when we evaluate the fully insured rate versus our estimate for maintaining a self-insured plan, the numbers just never worked out for us.
Has the company provided anything on the record to this point of those determinations for previous
No,
years?
we have not.
Do you have that available?
I would have to look to see if we still had that information.
Okay. I'd like to request that as a late filing do it.
Sure. So we are up to late file exhibit 43, and it's, the request is to provide a copy of previous analysis with respect to what, Mr. Vacalina, the insurance?
Fully insured health plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. So staying on, yes, what's on the board there? The 1571 is actually easily identifiable here. It's the 2019 rate compared to the first column, which is self-insured projection. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. How does that, when I take a look at the self-insured, what would be the comparable number that I would look at on 339 to see where that projection actually ended up for an actual?
I'm sorry, for the fully insured?
Okay, so it mentions that savings is 7.273, correct? I mean, I'm thinking, oh, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm sorry. Fully insured proposal, okay, is 71.45, but use the 2019 working rates of 72.73 to estimate the savings. Correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes. The first, I'll start here. Did you choose option 1 or option 2?
We chose the self-insured projector, the column that has the savings of 1,571,000.
So that's the 2019 working rates compared to self-insured projection.
Self-insured. Yeah, excuse me for a minute while I look this.
Yeah, I mean, my math is wrong here, but I'm taking the 8844, subtracting the 7273 for 1571. Is that, am I looking at that correctly?
Yes, I'm just trying to remember which one we took. I believe we went with option number 1, but I would have to verify that.
Okay.
In both cases, they're very comparable. There's
very
only like
close.
$15,000 difference.
Okay, so going with the 7145 under the option 1, that's 2020. How does that compare with the numbers that we see on 339 for year 2020?
So the estimate on the previous schedule looks at the per employee cost, depending on whether you're single employee plus 1, and then the actual enrollment in the plan would be reflective of the actual costs that are on the schedule that's up on the screen.
So I'm sorry, this assumes again, everyone is enrolled. Is that what you said? Oh no, it's not on the board.
Yeah, it looks at
RRU
our
185.
population and it looks at what our enrollment was in the plan prior to transitioning to the fully insured plan. it multiplies at times the proposed rates to come up with, the numbers that are on the previous slide. And then the slide that's in front of you is the actual enrollment costs based on those rates that are in the schedule. So this is an actual expense, and the previous was the estimated based on the numbers that were enrolled in the plan during that time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put the two together and figure out compared to the projected, how the actual actually worked out. So what would the two relevant numbers be here? Would that be
It would be the 59 and the 246 enrollment that we used to
yes,
estimate
okay, so
versus
5940.
yes. So if you add the 59 and the 246, you would get the 288. What's the number? 59 and 246. 305.
Okay.
I think that yeah.
So we'd be looking at possibly 5940 on 2020 for 246 employees, but when you turn to RRU, the actual turned into 255 participants for 6.1 million.
Which the medical of 6.149.
Yeah.
Yep. This was 305 too.
In this savings analysis here, it takes actually an assumption that all employees are going to participate in the plan. Is that correct? Again, going back to the 8844 versus the 7273.
Yes.
185 to generate the 1.5 million everyone.
Correct.
Okay. And we're seeing, as we talked about previously, a decreasing number of participants.
Well, I mean, if you look at 2020, there's 288, but if you look at 2021, there's 289. 2022 pro forma, we have the 305.
Okay, yeah.
Assuming the additional open positions would be filled.
On the raw numbers themselves, but percentage wise, we're seeing decreased enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Staying on 339, the 13% contribution rate, how long has that been in effect?
It's actually at 14.5 as of now. I think there was an error in that schedule.
Okay.
And we bargain our benefits with our collective bargaining units, and we're in the midst of finalizing that. So we will be increasing that or proposing to increase that over the next 3 years.
So the forthcoming proposal, adjustment will go from 13 to 14.5.
No, it's currently at 14.5.
Oh, it's currently, what will it go to?
It will, right now, the proposal, as you know, there's back and forth. It's to retain it at 14.5 for 2023 and increase it to 15.5 over the next 2 years.
Starting 2024.
Correct.
Okay. And that would simply be a substitution of 14.5%, where we see 13% on the
Yes.
schedule. Okay. And the company will make that adjustment in the,
Yeah, in the late file one
Yeah.
submission, we'll make that adjustment on Schedule C 3.3.
okay. So going back to RRU 185, insurance other than health. That's attachment 1, page 2 of 9. Okay. General liability for 2020 and 2021. These now appear under general liability claims or self-insured claims. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's in OCC 41. So the general liability charges for fiscal year 2017 through 2019, and the lack of general liability charges for 20 and 21, those are shown elsewhere. And as we just talked about, they're in the self-insured claims of 808,000, which are in WPC 3.10.
Yes.
Okay. So if those have moved from this schedule for savings and into another schedule to be recouped by the company, why would that be counted as savings?
I agree with your point that those should have been excluded from this schedule. The reduction to 0, as you pointed out, is more so related to reclassification of the type of insurance moving to self-insured.
Okay. So, yeah, if you could, yes, refile that portion to what the updated savings amount would be. You want to do a supplement for that, or do you want to stick with late file exhibits?
Chair, can we provide a late file just for timing purposes? So that way it'll be due on the due date for that specific late file. If research is needed by the company to make the adjustment, would that be acceptable to Mr. Bacalina and the chairman?
I'm okay with that. OB late file exhibit 44. Can you restate the prompt, Mr. Bacalina?
Yes, it's okay. I guess it would be a restatement of insurance savings as a result of the merger.
Thank you. So just sticking with that schedule, safety and accident shows nothing here. Safety and accident, yes, because that maintains, it stays with Aquarion directly.
Correct.
Now the auto liability has increased since the merger. Is there an explanation for that you have?
I don't have an analysis on what's driving the increase on auto liability insurance.
Okay. All right. Okay. the same vein, if on excess liability, can you talk about the activity that's happening there, 2017 through 2021?
So in terms of the expense that's presented for 2017, that would have been our expense prior to the merger. And then the expenses that are reported in the subsequent years would reflect the impact of our policies being consolidated with Eversource's policies.
Okay.
And so that statement would apply for each of the line items there. So 2017 would be the pre-merger costs incurred by the company, and then 2018 and for the future years would all be reflecting the impact of moving our policies to be consolidated with Eversource's insurance policies.
Okay. And some show increases, for instance, workers' compensation, and then others show decreases. There's a mix.
There is a mix, yes.
So the savings is focused on, I think, well, general liability, but I think we've talked about the movement from that to self-insured claims. So we'll get rid of that. It's focused on excess liability and D&O, it appears. Directors and officers insurance, would you agree?
Yes, that would be the majority of it.
Now, concerning the excess liability, how does the company verify that these costs were not able to be accomplished absent the merger? Have you provided anything on the record to support that?
We don't have, if you're asking, do we have quotes if we had not consolidated? We do not. We just have the experience of what the policy premium was prior to the merger. And the impact of consolidating policies with Eversource post-merger.
Okay. And that would have, similar to health insurance, been the same as trying to shop essentially these rates every year?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Turn to OCC 41 for a minute. So under the general liability claims, the company's used a 5-year average to measure that expense for going forward purposes to arrive at the 808,000.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we take a look here, 1 year jumps out, which is 2018, which is double any other year that shows up on the schedule for the general liability claims. What in particular happened in 2018 to make that number 1.6 million?
I'm not aware of what claim or claims contributed to that.
Okay. We have a late file exhibit that explains 2018 and with respect to the $1.6 million in general liability claims.
Okay, that will be at late file exhibit 45.
Okay. So just running the straight math here across and dividing by 5, I came out with a different number. Very possible I'm wrong, but I come out with $730,000 compared to the 808. Is there something different or another adjustment that would have been made in there or no? Is that just a straight average of those numbers?
I do want to check our C schedules. I think there may be some detail there. Just 1 second. Just checking, there's a couple of references to other responses. I want to see if that may address that as well. RRU 93.
Yep.
I just want to compare that. This is a Word doc that has 5 years of activity and a 5-year average of 808,675. I just want to compare that to the schedule that you just noted. So in RRU 93, we are looking at actual claim payments, whereas I believe what's on OCC 41, this is the general liability expense that was recorded during that year. So without having the benefit of an analysis in front of me, my expectation is that the difference is related to the accounting treatment. So in OCC 41, we're presenting the book P&L expense associated with general liability claims, whereas for purposes of a projection of the 5-year average for an average claim amount, we're actually looking at actual claim payments to compute the 808,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Turning to next item, internal audit. So KPMG performed these functions prior to the merger.
That's correct.
Right? And Eversource has taken over this responsibility for internal audit. Has Eversource increased staffing due to the Aquarion merger in its internal audit department?
I am not aware of whether they have or not.
Mr. Horton, would you know?
Nor am I. I think we would need to take a late file or a read in to get more specifics on that.
Okay, that would be good. And maybe in the same vein, or in a similar area, I'll just hold that late file exhibit for a second. Are the same number of internal audit activities in 2021 similar to those compared to 2017? And I guess my question would be, how would you verify that those audit activities are the same? Would it be the number of reports issued and pre and post merger? Would that be a valid indication?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. So with that late file exhibit, if we just inquire about the internal audit activities at Eversource, staffing, pre and post the Aquarion merger, and also the number of Aquarion internal audit reports over those pre and post merger periods.
Mr. Bacalina, do you want like 3 years pre and post merger, like on either side?
Yeah, yes.
I will add, and we can certainly address that in the response. There are certain audits that they're not performed annually for internal audit purposes. There's a cycle.
Sure.
So we can describe that process in the response.
Absolutely.
And just to clarify, we're looking at the number of audits performed affecting the rate case applicant, correct? Aquarion Water Company, that we're not looking at any others. Thank you, Mr. Bacalina.
Correct. So late filed exhibit 46.
I think just to provide an anecdotal response, I think the level of internal audit activity that we've received post merger with Eversource is at or around the same level that we had through KPMG, but we'll be providing that data through the late file as requested.
So as I'm looking at the revised numbers here, my next topic was going to be legal. The company has removed any savings claim in that area.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last end of the question.
Essentially, in the testimony, it was $76,000 related to legal. It looks like you've revised it to remove $76,000 so that there's no claim savings from, or am I reading that? No, I'm sorry. I think you are still claiming 70.
Yes, for legal,
Okay.
We're still including the
So,
76.
all right, let's turn to legal then. So that's page 7 of 9 on RRU 185, attachment 1. First, how was the $475 amount determined as a reasonable number for external sources when computing this savings?
Yes. So we had looked at billings that we had received from external legal counsel that the company had engaged with.
Okay. What the 303 hours, is that a similar analysis?
The 303 hours, yes, was based on the number of hours that were incurred during the test year.
Okay. So if I take a look at RU 352, it talks about rate case expense in the company's last rate case compared to this rate case. And in the company's previous rate case, 130220, there was no in-house counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the company currently uses in-house counsel. However, there's another $390,000 for outside counsel in the testimony here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would it not be appropriate to take a look at that legal expense and essentially net it against the savings that the company is claiming in its merger savings?
So the legal hours that we're claiming the associated savings with pertain to, our, I would say, a base level of legal service. Whereas what we've presented in 352 would be above and beyond that. So this would be strictly related to external legal costs incurred in association with the rate case. And we had, spoke the other day about why is that necessary to supplement the services that are provided both internally by Eversource for our base level of service and a rate case. And, it comes down to, there's just a greater demand for hours. And so the company supplements that way. The benefit in all of this is we pay for what we use. We're not overstaffed in terms of legal services.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'd like to turn to the costs of the merger. I'll start with RRU 413, please.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Oh, I am, okay. And these, I'll start with investment banker fees. And those are, let's go back to the phone here. Okay, so those are $3 million essentially.
That's correct.
Okay, and it says in your response to C and D here that the investment banker fees were negotiated based on benchmarks and previous precedent transactions.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, has the company provided anything that was used in this proceeding, or something that could be brought in from a previous proceeding that shows that analysis that was performed and the benchmarks and precedent transactions?
I know that it wasn't provided in this proceeding, and I'm not sure what would exist in that regard. I wasn't in this role at the time of the acquisition, so in preparing this response, I consulted with, internal Eversource employees who were, and produced the answer as written here. I would need to take it back to get a better handle on if there's an analysis that we could produce, and that answer would also relate to the other costs that are listed there in the for PwC, for example, or the other aspects of that response.
Okay, yeah, get a late file exhibit for that.
So we late file exhibit 47.
Okay.
Mr. Vacalina, can you summarize the request, please?
Yeah, that was. So you'd want to take that back for all of the items that were listed.
Can we frame the request, please?
Yes, going back to the response to (413). The investment banker fees were negotiated based on benchmarks from previous precedent transactions. So I'm asking, what were those precedent transactions? And they're not in this record, so that's what would be requesting. But I believe, Mr. Horton, you stated that the same would apply to any of the claimed expenses.
That's correct,
Okay.
right. So in the response, just to be clear,
Okay. So any of the, take a look at RU 14, all those claimed expenses there, and the legal services and other outside services, you'd provide similar.
and again, I'll need to take it back to
Sure.
understand what exists, and we can
Understood? Yeah.
describe that in the response, absolutely.
Okay, so those would be, you're looking for a short title?
Yeah, I refer to RRU 14 and provide.
Yes, so precedent transactions that is established the reasonableness of merger costs.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, in terms of the figures that are here, these are, the transaction costs are what they are. These are the costs that were necessary in order to get the deal done, if you will. So in terms of context, when I see for example, for Evercore, the $3 million for the investment bank, I believe the value of the transaction at the time was about 1.7 billion dollars. So in terms of in terms of context, these numbers, based upon my experience, these numbers are in line with what I would expect of what you would expect an investment bank to charge for similar size transactions. And I did want to state that, but we will come back with some of the requested information and get that for you.
Okay, thank you. So I did have questions about the legal services here, and you have on RU 14, you have those broken down here. And so for instance, the first one, ropes and gray, $820 per hour. That would be included within that late file exhibit? The reasonableness of that charge?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Small point on 413. I noticed that costs are allocated for Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and non-regulated. However, I did see a reference, although a small amount here for Maine. What services, or does the company have operations in Maine?
We do not know.
Okay, I'm looking at Veril Dana here okay. Seeking approval of the acquisition from the Maine PUC.
Although there's not operations, there was a need to get approval from the Maine PUC. I believe it's referenced in one of the responses. Oh no, it's in the Evercore presentation. I believe it talked about what approval was required. Give me one moment.
Mr. Horton is looking that up. Again, just to be clear, Aquarion does not have any operations in Maine. This was something Eversource had in terms of the buy side. I think they had some assets that were located in Maine. We'll get the specifics around that. That required some regulatory approval.
And because it asked for really a legal question in terms of a regulatory approval, I know that RU 417, attachment 1 redacted, page 39 of 59, identifies that we did need to seek approval from the Maine Public Utilities Commission for the transaction. And on that page, it confirms the date on which it was received. But if Mr. Valacalina seeks more, we can provide that. We can add that to late file 47 if he wants that.
That explanation is sufficient for me. Okay. Turn to 416, please. RRU 416.
There.
Okay. Although this is marked confidential here, this is a previously.
It's not confidential.
That's
correct.
Thank you.
It was at the time.
I'm sorry. It was at the time.
It was at the time,
No
yes.
longer. Excuse me. Okay. I'll just go back to the Eversource and Star merger. That was characterized, I believe, as a merger of equals. How is the merger of Eversource and Aquarion characterized?
It was a business acquisition.
Fair enough. Around the time of the merger, looking at the materials here, Eversource had excess cash from its sale of generation assets in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There appear to be a couple options for Eversource for the use of the funds. So I see a share buyback, pay down of debt, or a purchase of Aquarion. Those were the three options that were presented to, I believe, the Board of Trustees.
That's correct.
And the purchase of Aquarion was added to earnings per share compared to the paying down of debt. However, dilutive to earnings per share when compared to the share buyback. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the long-term prospects, not the short-term prospects of purchasing Aquarion, were more favorable than a share buyback or paying off debt?
Yes.
Okay. I believe, so we'll get page 5 here. The purchase would provide 7 cents in earnings per share in the first year and growing thereafter. I believe was the testimony, what I see on here. And that's the 1, 2, 3. The fourth block, I call it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I believe the growth, and you have to turn to 417, which I'm not going to reference anything. That's I do not have the confidential copy. I believe 5 to 7% range and potentially higher over a longer term growth with the acquisition of Aquarion.
Would you just point me to the?
Sure. Looking at page 14 of 59. And it's the last sentence of the letter.
That's right. And that's speaking to the overall Eversource growth rate and range at the time, the 5 to 7%.
Okay, so that's not Aquarion specific.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. The term roll-up strategy, can you briefly define that? And that's the last part of that sentence.
I believe that is in reference to, and it's discussed in the Evercore presentation, that Aquarion has a growth strategy that is executing to grow the business and purchase water systems. I think that was in reference to that as we get into the water, as Eversource moves forward with the transaction and enters into the water business, that expects to continue to grow that business as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll go back to 416. Page 10, please. Just a few of the points here regarding the transaction. Again, I think we've already covered this, but the timing was favorable for this transaction due to the generation asset sale. I believe that's referenced here, but also that it provides a platform for further growth, aggregating small water company community operations, and also future consolidation with neighboring public companies. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't necessarily have to turn this, you could take it subject to check, but on page 417, RU 417, page 31, it stated that this transaction would establish a platform for Eversource to continue to grow its footprint in the water sector. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So now turning to page 11 on 416, talks about accelerated pipeline replacements of existing Aquarion infrastructure leading to an increase in capital expenditures and a subsequent increase in rate base. So is that referencing the WICA program?
I believe it's referencing more just generally the state of the water system and the fact that it requires additional and ongoing investment.
Okay.
Which of course the WECA program is intended to accommodate as well.
Sure. And on page 12, so acquisition by Eversource will accelerate regional acquisition strategy. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the company Aquarion has acted upon that, I guess you could say, with the Valley Torrington acquisitions.
Yes.
And also municipalities are mentioned here. We have before us the New Hartford acquisition by Aquarion. Okay. So if I take a look at page 14 of 416, so now it talks about a potential bid range here or offer range. I believe it's within the communications to the Board of Trustees, that the Eversource bid would be aggressive for the purchase of Aquarion. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's on RRU 417, page 14. Okay. And the company actually, okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. So on 416, page 31, I'm looking at rate case years. They cover the years of 2019 and 2022. Would that be rate cases? These would be rate cases filed in 19 and 22. Is that correct? For these projections?
I'm only looking at what's in the footnote 4, where it says rate case years occur at the end of 2018, at the end of 2021. So believe
It appears to be 2 rate cases.
it's assuming there would be 2 rate cases in that time frame, and then rates and revenues would be adjusted in the following year.
Okay. All right. So what were the reasons for the company not seeking a rate increase in 2019?
It was determined based upon what our revenue requirements were at the time, that there wasn't a need to file for a rate case.
Okay. If you take a look at RRU 58, please. So this is the actual ROE earned for Aquarion. And if you take a look from 2017, the date of pre-merger, you see an increase in the ROE from 2017 through 2020. Is that at least partially due to cost savings that the company may have experienced from a merger?
In terms of the increase in ROE actually derived between 2017 and 2018, I think it's certainly reasonable to think that some of that improvement is due to synergies, but I'd also say that there's probably a lot of variables, a lot of pieces that may have led to that increase.
Okay. And to the extent that the ROE continued for a number of years above what it was pre-merger, as I said, through 2020, is it fair to say that Aquarion benefited from those cost savings during that time period that would have not been passed on to customers?
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't want to be anecdotal. I don't have the data in front of me. I think there's a lot of variables that go into what's being earned in terms of our returns, including what our rate base is close to plant. That's an important factor in those returns.
Okay.
But if I could just add, I mean, I think I see the direction, and certainly there are savings, and we've quantified some of those. Those savings in the intervening years are useful and helpful to avoid rate cases. And so,
Okay.
there was a lot of discussion earlier around how did we quantify those savings? The savings are really quantified in the absence of the merger. So in the absence of the merger, I think we'd all expect those ROEs to be lower than they were. And then the decision that we made in 2019 and 2021 to not file a rate case may have been a different decision. We may have, we would have likely, or Aquarion as a standalone would have likely been filing much sooner than it was. So, but even with that being said, the returns that are listed on that sheet are still below Aquarion's authorized return in either of those years, in any of those years. And as such, the savings that were able to be gleaned as a result of the merger, it was not producing a situation where there was windfall earnings or over earnings relative to the level that had been established.
Oscar, more generally, excuse me, do you agree that any savings that were the result of a merger between rate cases would have accrued to the company and not to customers?
Well, I don't quite agree with that statement because of what I just said. I mean, the avoidance of a rate increase is certainly a benefit to customers.
Sure.
And I just to complete the
So
thought.
the benefit would be not coming in for a rate case.
Absolutely.
Or offsetting increases in expenses elsewhere.
Just to be clear, though, the company continued to pursue its WICA surcharge increase during those years, correct?
Most certainly. And again, the WICA program covers, again, in terms of context, it covers about 30% of our total capital program.
Thank you.
So the other 70% is not proactively recovered on an ongoing basis. We have to come in as part of a general rate filing to capture that.
Thank you.
So 419, RRU 419. And maybe I'll just rephrase the question. So as I understood it, when Eversource and Macquarie negotiated the sale, there was a provision for Macquarie to receive some amount that would, should the transaction not be consummated. Is that correct?
That I would have to go back.
Well, to be clear, our previous owner, Quarry, we were part of the 10-year fund, and we were in the 11th year, and Aquarion was up for sale. So there was going to be a buyer, and in this case, Eversource was the successful bidder for the business.
Okay, but so let me ask this. Were there any provisions that would allow Eversource to revoke its purchase or alter the purchase price should Eversource not be allowed to recoup merger costs from the merger decision? If the department or the authority chose not to allow merger costs, would that have triggered something, a renegotiation of purchase price or an exit for Eversource from the merger?
I don't believe there was any specific provision as it related to the recovery of merger costs. As the response explains, it was a specific request that the companies made of Pura to essentially confirm that we would have the ability, upon a demonstration of savings in excess of the costs, an ability to share in those savings in a future proceeding, again, upon showing that demonstration. And that's the confirmation that Pura provided, but it wasn't an explicit, as far as I'm aware, requirement or condition of closing.
Okay, thank you. Last, apologize for keep going back and forth here, but 416 again. The and on page 17, so again, the purchase of this of Aquarion, you had the generation assets and any remaining consideration up to the $1.675 million would have been funded issuing holding company debt at 4%.
That is correct. That's the assumption that went behind this
Is that-
analysis here. Yep.
Is that what ultimately happened?
On that, I would need to go back and get that answer for you. Again, this was an analysis looking ahead as to what the transaction value would be under these assumptions. So I don't know precisely how much debt was issued or what the going rate was at the time.
Okay. No equity was issued though. for
Not
this
that I'm aware of, no.
transaction. Okay. So assuming that there was some debt at some percentage rate from the holding company, how does that appear on the books of Aquarion for rate making purposes?
It doesn't.
Okay. So the company has a capital structure that I believe it's 54-46 or so. You purchased the system, and I believe would that be treated as an equity infusion from the holding company in order to purchase the company with what funds you had outside of the 469? No, from the generation assets?
That's right.
Okay. I guess I'll just ask, is the holding company, like, still holding funds at 4% or whatever the rate is that is being treated as equity on the Aquarion company books at this point.
I think to be safe, I'd rather take a late file to be able to explain how the funds flow and how it relates to the parent company. It's just not my bailiwick.
Okay.
So late file exhibit 48 would be to provide an analysis of how the debt flowed from Eversource to the holding company.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Regrettably, I have a 5:30 meeting, so we are going to have to put a pin in this and resume in the morning.
I'm finished.
You
Finished.
okay. Mr. Vauquelin is finished. We'll have to put a pin in it for this pin and channel.
Chairman, can I briefly ask just one administrative question, just very briefly?
Yes.
And that is, I know that we still have, according to my estimate, about almost 7 hours of cross-examination before we reach the ROE and capital structure panels. And just for witness planning purposes, is it acceptable if we inform the ROE and capital structure witnesses to be prepared to go first thing on Monday morning? I'm not sure if Mr. Wheel has the same request on behalf of his ROE witness.
I have similar witness requests or witness concerns in general. Specifically, Mr. Murazawa, who is scheduled hopefully to testify tomorrow. He's come from Maryland. He drove 5.5 hours, and he's been in Connecticut all day today on the possibility he might have to testify. My concern is that if he doesn't end up testifying tomorrow, he would have to drive back to Maryland and then drive back here again on Monday. And we'll figure some way to avoid that.
I mean, it's a really wonderful drive to and from Maryland.
I'm sure that
having done it many times. Let's do this. Let's finish the merger synergies panel tomorrow, and then are there objections to picking up the cost of capital 2 panels? Oh, wait, who was Mr.?
Yeah,
No,
that'd be cost of capital.
I'm sorry, the cost of service.
Yes. Why? Yes, I'm sorry. My reference was to cost of service, and Attorney Pace was referring to cost of
Okay. Okay. So is there an objection to taking the cost of service, so it appears on page 13 and 14 of the agenda, and slotting those 2 panels ahead of the customer experience? I think that,
Aquarion has no objection.
okay.
That would solve my Mr. Murazawa problem. And I would accept it, just noting the concern that also our witness for the customer service panel has also been here all day. And I just hope he wouldn't also get bumped tomorrow, but I don't see any other solution.
Okay.
Appreciate the flexibility. I would note that Mr. Murazawa, the only party that's indicated that they have cross is the authority for only an hour.
Okay. Let's do our very best to do the cost of service study panel before lunch tomorrow. Well, we'll do our very best to get to it before lunch or right thereafter, and then we'll head straight into the customer experience panel.
Yes. Thank you.
And that would mean that the question about the cost of capital witnesses to Attorney Pace's question, we will do our best to have them first thing Monday morning, but we won't get to them tomorrow if that's the question.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I told my cost of capital witness to be prepared to be here Monday and possibly Tuesday, so that works.
Okay. Okay. Is that acceptable to all the parties? So to recap, we will finish the merger synergies panel tomorrow morning, hopefully quickly, although I do have some cross for the panel. And then we'll flow straight into the panels shown on 13 and 14 regarding cost of service. Then we'll go back to the panel shown on 11 and 12 on customer experience. and get as far as we can tomorrow. Hopefully catching up to have the cost of capital panel start first thing Monday morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
And if we're close tomorrow on wrapping up the customer experience, then we can go a little later than 5:30 to accommodate the witness. But if we're not close, meaning I won't wrap by 6, we're gonna go. Okay, understood?
Yes, thank you.
All right. And if the parties want to consider packing their lunch and taking a shorter lunch break tomorrow, I am happy to shorten the lunch break to 30 minutes to reclaim some time. Objections? All right,
We have no objection.
we have a lovely microwave in the hallway behind us. All right, so let's go there. So we'll see everyone promptly at 10 a.m. We have 3 read-ins. We'll try those and then we'll go into a cross of the panel. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. All right.
So Beacon Falls is like the power. We have 12,000 people without power. I guess in Southwest Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the wind, I guess it's really bad out.
Oh, and it's
And then the whole town of Beacon Falls is a mess.
great.
Do you want me to take something upstairs?
No, I'm gonna leave a lot of this down here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you.